Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because now we will start. Excellent. My name is Morten Hegna, and I'm from Montel. And together with me today here at the podium, we have Olav Vilnes. Welcome, Olav.
Thank you.
Very good, and welcome to all of you, because this is quite amazing for us in Montel to welcome back to the Nordic Energy Day. And it's 3 years since we did hear this for the last time. And in the time in between, we have had COVID and made all these events digital. And now we are back to a kind of normality, at least when it comes to meeting. So I hope that this day will be useful for you. It's struggling times for so many people in the energy market and in the business. So we hope really that we can put some additional food to the content during today. Some practical information before we start. You have received this brochure. Enclosed in this brochure is the list of participants. And on the other practical issues, you have emergency exits in each corner of this room. Toilets are on the first floor, just below us, and food and drinks would be also available in the breaks and at lunch. If you have any preferences with respect to chair or other wishes, then just contact us. We have prepared also alternatives on that sense. Hope that you also can put your mobile phone in silent mode when you are in this room. Why are we here? This plot here is maybe one of the reasons. This is the power price for the Northern Norway, almost zero. And if you add on the power price for Southern Norway, we have 600 euros per megawatt. Germany is even higher. And if you look at the reason for this, yes, we have this small devil here. We have the cracks in French nuclear reactors. We have the interconnectors and the issues around that. We have the drought in Europe and what that causes, for example, for the River Rhine. And when you look at yesterday, market development, both on the German market and on the Nordic market, we see this spread. It's quite amazing. Yes, we can complain here in the Nordics, but the situation is far worse in Southern Europe. So this is what we will discuss here today. We will talk about the energy crisis. We will talk about the climate crisis. We will look upon the EU ETS market. It's reaching towards 100 euros per ton now. We will look upon the price drivers behind the price development and also look upon the details around the price area differences. We'll look upon changes in policies and how regulators are thinking new these days. And we will see how we can attract and achieve more renewables into this market and how that could be solved with PPAs. We'll look upon the end user perspectives also today, how that impacts the large scale industrial users. And we will finally, at the end of the day, look upon how you as traders and players in this market can trade the Nordic power market and European power markets in the time to come. Very many important and serious questions, but here we will discuss it in a very friendly atmosphere. So for you, Olav, coming from Montel News, you're editor for Nordics in Montel, and it has truly been some amazing 2 years, and especially this last year.
Yeah, it's a very dramatic situation, of course. We have never been as busy as we are this year. I think it started last autumn when you saw the first signs of Russia starting to play with the gas market. And then, well, some people talked about war, but we didn't think really that was realistic. And then came the war and everything just escalated to new highs. And now I think it's every day. I think people don't know anymore if the price is 800 or 500 or 400, which is astronomical levels anyway. So for us, it's just to keep up, try to find out what's driving this. And as you mentioned, Morten, I think it's good for us now to have a desk across Europe that can actually give the news on what happens in France, what happens with the nuclear plants, and what happened with the river levels in Germany, which again very much affects the price here in the Nordic market. And of course, we have the public debate which says that the price is German. As you saw, it's not really. It's still parts of Norway that have very much far lower prices than Germany, and even lower prices than other neighboring countries. So it's not one price in Europe. It's still very local. But it is. I think it's also been interesting to see how it affects, as you see on the headlines here, how it affects the power companies. Some people are really losing money on this. Some are earning a lot. You have the problems with those that have been responsible or been exposed to Russia, who are losing. The hydropower producers, of course, in this region, southern Norway, are at the moment earning quite a lot of money. But it is a concern ahead of the winter, so it will be interesting today to see how the debate goes on what will happen in the future. Is there risk of a power rationing? What will happen to prices in the Nordic region, Germany? I think that will be very interesting today, and also the late debate in the afternoon on the exchanges, which will go into the markets, and how difficult it is to maneuver there now with the current price levels.
Absolutely, Olav. And it's truly a nightmare for very many of you. But it's some good news as well. TVO says that it's going to start test production at Olkiluoto 3 quite soon. Okay. If you have any opinions, of course, we will have many topics here today, which we will discuss thoroughly. Olav and myself, we will ask questions to the speakers, and you can also, of course, ask questions to the audience. I will travel around and run around with the microphone, so don't be modest and ask questions to the topics that we will discuss today. And if you have any opinions about what we are going to say and what we are doing here, please also use, and if you are interested in social media and use Twitter, you know Montel News and Montel Weekly, which is our Twitter accounts. And also you can hashtag NED2022 in these updates. Then to the program. We have quite many topics, as I mentioned. Tony Løvseth from Energy Norge will soon join the podium and talk about the future Nordic market and amid this European energy crisis. Tobias Federico will guide us through what is happening now in Germany. And Germany is the wheel for the energy industry in Europe, and very important that we listen to your updates, Tobias. We'll discuss all these topics in a panel, joined also by Marcus Ferdinand from GreenFact and Mark Turner from Baringa. After the coffee break, we will talk about climate. Kiki Kleiven from Bjerknes Center for Climate Research at the University of Bergen is here and discuss how these climate issues will impact our business in the power sector. Ingrid Sørhus will join us also for talking about the carbon market. We have almost reached 100 euros lately, and how the prices will develop in the future, that is something Ingrid will learn us more about. Marius Holm Hennesund from Tema, he will talk about the price drivers behind the price developments that we have seen lately. And Mia Bodin and Gustav Sendelius from Bodecker Partners will talk also about the price differences that we have seen. Of course, it's huge differences between Nordic power prices, and it will be very interesting to hear your views on this issue. After lunch, 1.5 hour lunch, so please use the breaks. Also to our sponsors. Jim Wilson will talk about how the regulator Acer will make a difference, new initiatives from them. Bavik Chuk will talk about renewables and PPAs, while Per Eilert Wili from Hydro will talk about an end-user perspective, being a large power consumer in Europe, and how that will impact their industry and the overall industry. Before we end the day with outlooks for traders, and Håkon Røne from Maxbo will try to figure out how to maneuver in this new environment, and we will discuss how the exchanges and the players will solve issues which are relevant for all of you in the time to come. So that would be the program, and I hope that you will be active. We have also another category in Montel these days, which is called marketing services. And my colleagues, Teresa and Blerina, they have been so gentle with all companies that they are now sponsors also at this event. So thank you to all the sponsors, ABN AMRO Clearing, Axpo, Brady, Circular, Cognite, Climate Link Up, Phoenix Market Data, Nord Pool, Nodes, Nasdaq, Soltec, Epic Spot, Inspired, and Entelios. A large list, and thank you to all of you who joined from the sponsors. And all of you are also here today, and you can visit the different partners in the area outside the conference room. I also wish to use this opportunity to say a little bit about Montel. It has been an interesting year also for us. We have been purchased by a investment company, Riverside. They have now bought 70% of Montel and the majority share. And we wanted this because we wanted to have a new partner which can strengthen Montel services in the time to come. So this means that we will be even more into what you are doing. We will do more on news, we will do more on analysis, we will do more on services. So we hope that with this investment that they are doing, we can have stronger muscles in the time to come. So this will be also beneficial for you as customers of Montel. And when it comes to what we do today, it's of course news and market data. We do a lot of analysis with Energy Quantified and also our AI products. And we also do risk management and making price forward curves together with our partner, Price It in Germany. And we have also last year built up an advisory service, which can be handy for quite many players. And 4 of them are also here today, very experienced people that you can meet outside in the breaks. Montel Marketplace is an initiative that we also launched this year, trading guarantees of origin at a platform which is open for everyone and also free for you as Montel customers. And we have also a small contest which we launch here at Nordic Energy Day. It will be just informed about here, but we have a product called the Montel Excel Feeder, and it's a small contest where we try to get people to be engaged and to present good solutions to each other using our Excel plugin solutions. And if you have any questions to all of us in Montel, yeah, you will find us in this small brochure and also here on this slide. On that, we start the main topic of the day, the energy crisis and how to handle it. It's a privilege to welcome Tony Løvseth from Energy Norge to the podium.
The future of the Nordic electricity market. If you see me smiling or laughing, you all know that it's slightly hysterical. I don't know what the future of the Nordic electricity market is. I think the only thing I know for certain that if any of you are certain that you do know, you are wrong. It's obviously difficult. It's a non-presidential situation. I mean, what they were talking about, the French nuclear fleet, the drought, the hydrological situation, and not least the war and the impact on the gas prices. We have been through nothing like this before, and we do not know where it ends. It's difficult for the industry, the whole industry, and it's obviously difficult for politicians, and it's worrying. But the question, though, even ridiculous, is intellectually interesting and made me think. Well, the first thing I asked me, what would we be talking about before? What would we be talking about if we met a year or one and a half year ago? And that's interesting because I think then we were pretty certain, all of us, convinced that closer Nordic integration, closer Nordic cooperation was important. I think some of us were even talking about common grid development, sharing grid costs among the Nordic nations. Very optimistic on Nordic cooperation and integration. We were talking obviously about all the things that we have been working on, the improvements of the market that we should be proud of been working on, that will increase the flows, increase our capacity to allocate resources, increase the optimal use of grids, like the Nordic balancing model, the flow-based that we are about to implement, which is an improvement of our market, which we've been working on for a long time. We would be talking about demand flexibility. I hope we will still will. We would be talking about, obviously, very necessary electrification strategies. How do we get electricity, the more change the energy transition, the change from the use of fossils to the use of clean electricity, that we need a strategy for that, that we need to show where do we get the electricity, how do we incent people to use electricity instead of fossil. Let's keep that thought as well. We would be talking about PPAs. We are going to talk about PPAs later today, but we will be talking about the worry that the offer of PPAs is so big and there is not a single SMB that wants them. That was our main worry. That was what we were talking about. How do we change the PPA market? How do we get SMBs interested in PPAs? That has changed. We will be talking about the risk of oversupply in the north. We were right about that. And we would be talking perhaps about the future where there would be decreasing price differences between the Nordic spot and the continent. Yeah, didn't really know, and that is the reason we do not know. But what I do know is what we should be talking about now, all of us. We should be talking about the climate emergency and the need to speed up the energy transition. This is a picture from Norway, and even in Norway, only just above 50% of energy consumption is renewable. In the last few years, we've been creeping half and 1 percentage point up every year. If we are going to reach our own climate goals, we need to speed up. We need to get to 30% up in the next 7 or 8 years. We're in a real hurry, and we should be talking about that. I also think I know what we should be doing already. Many think they know this. It has been studied. The advice is there for us. We should be protecting consumers. Obviously, we should be protecting consumers. We should support consumers, preferably through cash payments, decoupled from the energy bill. Let's see if we get there. We should get those long-term markets up and running also for household customers and SMBs. I think their interest is a bit bigger now. It has increased. We should remove barriers for demand flexibility by making flexibility profitable, even for the customers, not least for the customers, for the consumer. We should continue down the improvement that we're already on, increase available capacity for trade, using the grid more efficiently, implement flow-based, integrate the balancing market, and we should absolutely keep questioning the bidding zones, even on the other side of the interconnectors. And we should give our neighbors confidence that we are committed to the energy transition and to regional cooperation on this. But what we are doing, instead of working on all of that, well, we are working on compensation, etc. But what we are doing, that we're spending most of our time discussing and worrying about the market. What will happen with the market? What political? We're not really. Half a year ago, we would say we have to avoid political intervention in the market. We know at the point is what political intervention in the market will we see? Is there anything that's positive? Is there anything that's optimistic? What could we suggest that would be real improvements? But what we're discussing is pay as cleared. I mean, the most well-proven market mechanism for commodity markets. Anything else that has been tried, anything else that has been researched, studied, has failed. We know that pay as cleared is a good principle. We're discussing price caps. We know The economists know where that will end. But we're spending an immensely amount of time discussing it in a Norwegian, in a Nordic level, and in a European level. There's no time for that. And we're discussing energy only and capacity markets. That we have been discussing for quite a while. And it's probably something is going to happen in that direction, probably, but we're spending a lot of time on doing things that we do not have time to discuss. We should be focusing on getting more renewables on the market, doing what we know work, and doing what we were on to. And if we're going in that direction, leaving the energy-only principle, let us at least open it all for competition. Let consumers attend as well. Keeping competition as a sound principle, keeping costs low, is a sound principle. Taxpayers' money are dear. And closing up, the most important thing to remember, I think, for us, and not least the politicians, is that we're discussing the market. We're spending an enormous amount of time discussing the market, suggesting things that we know that is not going to work. The market, it was not the market that stopped gas deliveries to Europe. It was something else. It was not the market that shut down the deployment of wind in Norway and other Nordic countries. That was a political choice. It was not the market that made grid investments so difficult, so time-consuming. That was political choices. And we know that the market is an efficient allocator of resources. It has proven to be an efficient allocator of resources. All research on the energy transition, all research on the deployment of new renewables, it has told us. They have known for years, it has told us that we depend on interconnectors. We depend on being able to get that power from where it can be produced, when it can be produced, to where it has to be can be consumed when the consumption need is there. We depend, the energy transition depend on regional cooperation. That same research on the energy transition has been clear for years, for decades, that there will be distributional challenges connected to this. This is why when we introduced the certificate market in Norway, Sweden, for the deployment of new renewables in this area, we also decided on interconnectors, and we decided to compensate heavy industry, naturally. We forgot households, but we decided to compensate heavy industry because we knew there were distributional consequences. It's not that the warnings haven't been there, but we didn't do anything politically. So we have been clear that there are challenges that politicians need, that politics needs to solve, that the market cannot solve. We know that this should be on the top of the political agenda, not the market, but redistribution. And I think, at least in a region where we have resources to distribute, that should be on top of the political agenda, not the market.
Thank you, Tony. You will also take part in the panel after the next presentation. But if you have any questions out in the audience, just right now to Tony. Anyone? Yes, Stig Oman from Nord Pool. Good to have you back.
Thank you very much. Well, if I got it right here, you are actually saying that we should never join the conferences again, because no one knows and everyone will always have some errors and we will be wrong in the future. But if you just give me your 3-4 cornerstones. What will you build your belief for the future in?
It depends on what you're asking. My belief for the future, that would more be what would I hope for rather than what I believe for. Because with the political turmoil that we're seeing, I'm not confident. I mean, I'm confident that marginal pricing, pay as clear, is the best principle for the trade of commodities. But I'm not sure that the European politicians will end that there. I'm not sure that we will be successful in convincing them. So no, I don't know. And I think if you think that that this is obvious, that this is well proven, yes, I know it's well proven. But if you think that you know where this will end, you haven't really absorbed the political signals. You haven't really absorbed the fact that what these prices will do with social unrest, political turmoils, political decisions.
Very good. Ricardo Mollestad from Montel.
Hi, the Norwegian government is seriously considering curbing exports over the cable. So what's the latest development that you know? Are they serious about doing this, or is it just kind of internal medicine to calm down the voters?
On one hand, it has been important for the Norwegian government, I think, to make sure that if that is needed, if that's something that actually could be done to avoid that we end up in a situation of rationing, they need to know what's in that situation. If that is useful, what is our room for maneuver in such a case? And they have the answer to that. It's a very limited room for maneuver on the one side, and on the other side, it's not a good idea. If it's rationing that you want to avoid, you should keep that trade open and predictability around that. I mean, reducing the capacity, you have to reduce the capacity on all interconnectors. Likewise, if you reduce capacity for export, you reduce capacity for imports, and they have the answer from the regulator that this is just, it's difficult and it's probably not very wise. So coming up next is what else can be done then to make sure that we not end up in a situation, a rationing situation. Was that an answer?
Yeah.
But they want to do something. They have to show that they are doing something.
But do they listen at all, these politicians who are from different parties who wish to make these kind of strange measures?
Absolutely, the biggest parties and the government are listening to the expertise and the expert advice that they get. But obviously, it's an emergency, and not everyone agrees. Obviously, I mean there is.
Yeah.
But not everyone is in power.
No, that's for sure. Very good, Tony. You'll be back at the panel as well. Here's a small present from us before the next steps.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Tony. Then we move over to the next presenter of the day. We have Tobias Federico. He's the CEO at Energy Brain Pool, a analysis house and insight bureau in Germany. And Tobias is a very experienced speaker and has advised key people in Germany for many, many years on how to maneuver in the energy market. And it's a privilege to have you here in Oslo, Tobias.
Thank you, Mark.
Very good. And you will explain the situation now in Germany. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for your previous talk. I'm an absolute fan of the market. I still think that it works very well, the market. It gives us the right signals. The question is, are we able to understand these signals? But talking about signals, the question was, how quickly can Europe wean itself off of Russian gas? And well, there are a short answer and there's a long answer. I'm going to select the long answer. When this, let's say when the war started, not when the crisis started, because the crisis started in October last year, and we had signals beforehand, especially in Germany. We were wondering why our gas storage levels have been so low. What we didn't look at is one specific gas storage, which is the biggest one, which was owned by Gazprom Germania, which was empty, which was at zero, starting in April 2021. So we didn't see the right signals. It wasn't a market, it was just a storage value. But when the situation started in March, we looked into the gas and the European gas level, because it's a European crisis, at least a European gas crisis. And then we tried to figure out, where does the gas come from? What are the maximum levels, and what happens if Russia will stop gas delivery? And those are the numbers. So we have quite a lot of LNG imports. We could increase them still. We have a maximum out of Algeria, maximum out of Norway. We have own gas production, and we have Russian supply. And we had a total gas demand in Europe of 5,000 terawatt hours in 2020. Okay, 2020 was the COVID year, we had a lockdown, but still, this is a very exemplary number, and we need to fill up our gas storage levels. So in total, it sums up. So the whole gas delivery and the whole gas consumption over 1 year sums up. What happens if Russia stops the gas delivery? Then would have been missing 1,100 terawatt hours of gas supply within Europe. We can compensate that a little bit, that's on the right-hand side, with additional LNG imports, because the other importing countries, they are limited. But still there's a gap of round about 500 terawatt hours. This gap cannot be really filled up very quickly. We have an issue. And the issue is Germany. And why is that so? Well, there was a company, there's a company called Uniper, I think quite famous right now. It was owned by E.ON, and part of E.ON company was Ruhrgas. And Ruhrgas, since 50 years, had the possibility to build up LNG terminals at Wilhelmshaven. They came up with the project every 10 years. They said, well, it doesn't make sense because it's too expensive and we have cheap Russian gas. And I think the last approach was in 2020, when Uniper decided, well, we have this project, LNG terminal in Wilhelmshaven, let's do it. No, we have cheap Russian gas, we won't do it. And we in Germany have a little bit laughing about Poland, because they've built up an LNG terminal in Swinemünde, and we said, sunk investment, doesn't make sense. The use of the capacity is only 5%, they are burning money. But what we misunderstood is that it was a strategic decision. We misunderstood the value of diversification. And that's the problem we are having right now. Germany needs to build up 6 LNG terminals, and very quickly. We are only building up 3 right now for this winter time. It's floating LNG terminals. We need additional more in the next 2 years. I'm quite convinced that we are going to make it, but not this winter. So this winter we are going to have an issue. Next winter will be tight, but we won't have an issue. At least I hope so. So we have missing LNG capacities. Can we get LNG on the world market? Yes, we can. Unless we have 2 problems. One is the exporting LNG countries, especially the US, if they don't have a problem on their LNG liquefaction terminal, Freeport, there's a fire. And Freeport will, I think, start in December again to produce. And we have to buy new contracts, for example, from Qatar. And but I've learned, if you're doing business, you always have to do business in 2. So somebody wants to sell things and somebody wants to buy things. But the seller wants to sell to persons who have money, who have the liquidity to pay for it. But and Uniper was applying, and we had some issues with Uniper. So gas is there, LNG is there. It's a question of the price, and it's a question of reliability and liquidity to get these volumes. So we have a little issue there. And here we see the market. So there is an export plus out of the US. There's an export plus out of Qatar. We are signing contracts with Canada. So there are volumes in the world market. Of course, it's always a question of prices, and the LNG price obviously is a little bit higher than Russian gas. And it will be so also within the next years. But the other part of our gas crisis is the question is, can we reduce gas consumption? And there's a target from the EU, please reduce gas consumption by 15%. The industrial sector does. They're not really, well, they're reducing gas consumption, but they're making a fuel switch. They switch from natural gas to gasoline, heating oil, and so on. But it's limited. It's limited to 10–15% of the industrial gas consumption, which is on the left side. So the red curve is industrial gas consumption this year. The shaded area and the blue dotted line is the average of the last 5 years. So on the left-hand side, you can see the industrial sector is doing well in reducing gas consumption. But the industrial sector is only a quarter of the gas consumption within Germany. 1/3 is household. And it's mostly heating gas, which is on the right-hand side. And you see it's driven by the winter. It's driven by heating gas. And despite of this, we are freezing for the freedom and we are fighting against Putin because we are reducing our gas consumption in the household. Nobody does it now. Everybody's talking about it, but let's see it positive. There's still gas reduction potential in the household sector. The problem is that the government cannot really force you at home to reduce your temperature. I always say we will be freezing if we just heat to 19–20 degrees, but we will not freeze to death because we still have gas. We only need to reduce 15% of our gas consumption within Germany, and then we are not facing a big problem. It depends a little bit, of course, on the winter. Having a warm winter, we don't have an issue at all. Having a normal winter in combination with a reduced gas flow out of Nord Stream, in combination with increasing electricity demand, so we have the perfect storm right now out of France and due to the drought and so on, yeah, we might face a problem, which is a gas shortage. Having a cold winter, we have a gas shortage in Germany. So in the end, it depends on the winter, which is a bit for politicians. They need to do something. They need to show that they can do something. We can't do anything about the weather and about the winter. So in total, that's the total gas demand. There is still potential for gas reduction. Actually, I see within Berlin, has some old building structures and they have all the chimneys. All the private fireplaces have been torn down, but they are going to be rebuilt right now. So we see that people are looking for alternatives. But in the end, when you're freezing at home and you don't see the direct impact of your individual actions, will it really sum up to a total gas reduction within Germany? I don't think so. So again, we must rely on a warm winter, which is really a bad news. But on the other hand, we are doing quite well in filling up the gas storage capacities. On the left-hand side, we have the filling level, which is right now at 80%, which is good. We have 3 targets. On the right-hand side, you see the blue curve, the red curve, and the green curve, and you see the little dots there. We need to fill up at a certain percentage, which is 75% by the 1st of September, 85% by the 1st of October, and 95% of gas storage filling level within Germany in the 1st of November. And the blue, the red, and the green curves are showing you the minimum daily filling rates we need to reach that target. When we are close to 0 means, oh, we are going to make it. The red dotted line is the daily filling curve. So we are on a very good way to fill up our gas storage level, which is a good news. But there is always, the coin has 2 sides. Who's doing that? It's the grid operator. The grid operator gets the money from the government to buy at any cost in the gas spot market gas to fill up the German gas capacities, which leads with the cost of carry approach to a high gas price forward curve and to high gas prices in Germany, because that's the only player who's buying physically right now gas. The long-term market is dead. There are only speculators in the market. Nobody's really hedging right now. And this leads to higher electricity prices. 250 euro of high gas prices leads to, at least in our expectations, to 500 euro electricity prices of next year, not 680. So there is a spread, risk premium, cost of fear, whatsoever. But still, the gas market is driving the electricity market. But we are doing quite well in filling up the gas storage, which is transparent, which is the good news for us. It's a bad news for Putin because he knows these numbers. And he will react on that. And he does, because he's going to have an extraordinary maintenance of Nord Stream 1. We've never seen that before. For 3 days. And I bet that after that he says, oh, we have some technical problems. So we need to stop the gas delivery, at least for another 10 days. Putin is perfect in playing the chicken game. He wants to see us having fear about a gas shortage, and we are having fear. And after that, he might come back, but maybe only 10%. For him, it doesn't make a big difference, because if gas prices are 10 times higher than before, with 10% of delivery, he earns the same money. Now he earns double the money, even only delivering 20% of the total gas. So he will come back at the minimum level, and then waits for the situation. What's going to happen? Is Germany or Europe having a gas shortage? And then he has reached its goal. But it's interesting to see, because I'm a fundamentalist. I try to model things fundamentally. And we realized we cannot simulate human behavior. And what Putin is thinking and what he might be planning in his chicken game for Europe with gas was difficult to simulate, until we came to a solution, which we are playing just internally. I'm saying playing, which is only humans can simulate human behavior. So what we started with in Energy Brain Pool is playing role plays. Something like, I don't know whether you have Dungeons and Dragons, or in Germany it was Schwarze Auge or Midgard, that you have real persons simulating other persons. So we've developed a board game which simulates, and it's called a war game, and with the matrix approach, which simulates the physical pattern of gas flows, and each of our employees plays one politician. So one is playing Putin, the other one is playing Xi Jinping, the other one is playing Habeck, and then we have Biden. And they have certain targets. And the results are really interesting. It's not a model to forecast things, but it's super learning curve, how the market could react and what could be a counter reaction. And I love it, and we apply this regularly, and we come to very interesting results to that. But again, it's not a forecast. It's just try to understand how the market could behave. And recently I came to a book. Oh, sorry, I missed one. What do we see? And you already talked about it, that's why. We have all these fundamentals. We have the war in Ukraine, we have the problem with French nuclear capacities, we have the heat waves and the droughts, and we do have the financial supports for energy traders. So paying collaterals, security, reprocurement costs, all the risk questions are there. That's what we see. But what is it in reality? And I think in reality, we have been missing diversification. By suppliers, by technology, go to France, only nuclear technology and hydro, go to Norway, yeah, only hydro, go to Germany, gas, yeah, gas is the solution, and we didn't diversify our gas suppliers. We do have the under-evaluation of geostrategic investments. Take the example of the LNG terminals in Swinemünde and Poland. We should have invested beforehand, and we have been leading about cheap is good mentality. We misunderstood the value of diversification and of geostrategic decisions. And at least in Germany, we have not done the so-called heat turnaround. We are speaking about Energiewende, which is energy turnaround, but energy efficiency, energy reduction in the heating sector. Yeah, well, first we do the electricity market, then we do the vehicle sector, so electric vehicles, hydrogen there. And after that, we do the heating sector. We should have done that the other way around. And of course, missing energy efficiency. And recently I came to a very good book, which is called Future War. It has been written in 2021, published just a week before the war in Ukraine, and says that China and Russia together in the year 2029 will fight a war. Russia will invade the Baltic states, and China will invade Taiwan. And it's a post-pandemic period because there was the COVID 2019 and so on. So it's a little bit science fiction, but connected to today's warfare and today's financial investments into the military sector. But beside all the military part, there was one thing which was really interesting, that in modern warfare, we have the 5D approach, which is disinformation, fake news, destabilization, disruption, deception, and in the end, destruction, which is, of course, the military part. And actually, we are in a war right now because all the misinformation we are having there, all the approach to destabilize society, political decisions with the different environment, this might be caused, and it's quite secure that's caused also by Russia. Just take the private video of the Finnish Prime Minister. It has been leaked. And there's the fear, okay, that's part of the hybrid war because it goes into destabilization of a society. We have a lot of disinformation to split our solidarization approach within Europe. So we are at war on the information level. That's why speaking about facts and about real numbers is really important. And for myself, at least I have my part that I say, okay, in social media or in the news, I try to show facts, numbers, to fight a little bit against fake news. And what is really interesting when you get the reaction out of the social media. And the first thing is I'm incompetent, which, okay, fine. The second thing is I'm paid by the government. So that's why I'm saying the things I'm going to say, which is, it's fine. The next level, and then it's really good because you are increasing in your level, you troll. So it's not the others which are the trolls, I'm the troll. The combination is you Russian troll. Yeah, so I'm fighting that, but I'm the Russian troll, fine. And what is really my favorite is you incompetent stage clown. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tobias. Amazing to listen to you and all that you receive from updates in Germany and the things that you look upon in the future. How can German households reduce their gas consumption by 15%, and how is it communicated?
Well, that's the thing. What is really a little bit missing is the communication there. So we need really good tips because the government cannot say you need to reduce your household temperature. And first of all is the convenience temperature by law from the renting company or renting person, not the person who's renting, so the landlord, sorry, that was the name, is 24 degrees by law. So 24 degrees, it's cozy. And it's really warm, so you run around in your apartment with a t-shirt. Reducing this to 22 just has a big effect. Reducing it to 20 degrees, which still it's a little bit freezing, so take a jacket or that's fine. That's the only way we can do it. The second thing is there are sold a lot of heating radiators in Germany right now. So additionally 600,000 more, which have a consumption of 1,000 to 2,000 watt. When they are heating the apartment at the same time, it's 600 gigawatt more electricity consumption. That's not moving the demand needle. But there are other alternatives. For example, do you really need to heat the whole day your bathroom? No, only you need it in the morning and that's it. And do you need to heat your sleeping room? And so on. So these are tips which are really missing, and that's the only way we can do it. Reduce our convenience. But come on, it's just our convenience. We are not fearing death or potential war or something like that. So therefore, that's the way, and we are missing information campaigns. That's true. Yeah.
Yes, Håkon Reislecknes from Nordpol.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tobias, and excellent. Thank you for sharing your insights, and I like your self-irony here. This is beautiful. And I like your kind of fundamentalism. This I can approve. I was wondering, was this war inevitable? Because Russia is a banana republic, right, with the gunships. So Europe and the rest of the world are saying we're going through this Energiewende, but pan-European, we will no longer buy your bananas. We no longer buy your coal, gas, whatnot. And they want to squeeze out what they could before their end of their period, and before they can build up new infrastructure to China, or they'll be under the rule of the Chinese, won't they, eventually?
Well, that was also a thought we had somehow. So, well, dear Putin, we don't need your gas in 20 years, but we still need it until then. But maybe later on, we could switch to hydrogen, maybe not. So I think the war wasn't caused about that. Putin's approach is a complete different one. He has this post-Soviet approach, and I think it has been talked. Maybe he is mad, but I understood that madness is a limited ratio to the rest of us. And so understanding him is really complicated and difficult, but energy was not the reason. Energy is a weapon. Yeah, and it's not the reason for war.
Yeah, very good, Tobias. We have also an active audience in the back here. So question from you.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the presentation. In your role game, did you ever get to a scenario where Russia was going to be starved financially? And how did Europe deal with the mass immigration that would happen after that?
The last question was mass immigration. Mass immigration, yeah.
Yep.
Well, the war game is focused on energy only. So we are not playing war. It's just we are playing the energy war. Mass migration was not an issue, but financially it was interesting. We had a few scenarios where Russia wants to build up the additional pipeline to China and is not able to get the financing out of the world market and has a certain delay in building up this 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers of pipeline from the Siberian gas fields down to China. And this was part of the scenario. So he's financially dried out for the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, Morten Saksvik, Equinor.
Morten Saksvik from Equinor. Due to the high LNG exports from the US to Germany, US LNG gas prices at Henry Hub is now $10 per MMBTU. Do you fear the question that Americans will start to ask, why shall I as an American freeze to heat a German?
Right. Well, maybe they're not freezing, but why should we pay so high prices? We have been used to low Henry Hub prices, up to $2 per million BTU. Well, it's an effect of the LNG market. LNG market is a worldwide gas market. We are parallelly increasing gas prices due to the LNG market. Same applies for South Korea and Japan. They have high prices right now too. And of course, covering national demand versus income from gas export is always a political decision. There is this rest fear that it could happen, that they're going to reduce the gas exports, same as with Norway with the electricity exports, but it's export and import with the electricity. In this case, it's only gas export. So it's possible, yeah. But there will be in the near future alternative sources for LNG, looking into other countries, yeah. Not covering the total US market because the US is the biggest one, but there will be other sources.
Very good. We have to stop there. First of all, then, Tobias, here's a small present from us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So then you can take a seat in the panel, far left there. And we will also welcome Tony back to the podium. And we have Marcus Ferdinand from Green Fact coming to the podium, and also Mark Turner from Baringa Partners coming to the podium. So you should be able to then switch on the microphone, and then I leave. Morning, Marcus. So we have 15 minutes now, Olav. So the floor is yours.
Microphone. There it is. Yep, good. Yes, it's quite a lot to discuss in 15 minutes, so I think we should just go straight on. But I think the impact, of course, of the high prices, Mark, you've been working with a lot of end users. Can you say anything about how they have reacted? When did they see this coming, and what did they do? How did they react to the prices when they started rising quite sharply last autumn, and particularly this winter?
It's a great question, and I think when we had the start of this crisis, there was a feeling that this was, an issue for a number of months, and that we needed to see through, 6 months, 12 months maybe of pain and difficulty. But clearly, it's looking more like a matter of many years, and we see the high prices going out way into the forward curve. There's no real respite. My personal view is, of course, we will see low gas price years and periods again. It's very easy to feel that this is going to continue indefinitely. But that short-sightedness is a feature of sort of human mentality. We will have low gas again, and indeed, it's quite likely, I think, that markets will overreact to this big series of shocks. And so with the additional LNG capacity, different sources of gas, the energy efficiency measures, etc., it's quite likely, in my view, that in 5 to 10 years' time, we might see an exceptionally low gas price outcome and lower than we would have seen ahead of this crisis. But I think for the large energy users, they're in a very difficult situation. Of course, those that are hedged are in a good place. Those that are hedged either in the market or they're hedged through PPAs, direct contracts with renewables. Though I always get a bit nervous when you have such a disparity between what renewable producers might be paid through those contracts and what the market value is right now with the power. The risk that those contracts start to fall away and be reopened, I think is always there. But for those that are not hedged, there are no easy answers. And of course, we've seen already industrial facilities, big energy users closing production facilities in Europe. We've had ammonia plants that have been shut permanently. We've seen that production and base chemical production switching to Asia, to the US. So what can players do longer term? I think really there is very little that players can do to hedge themselves out of this position now in the market. And what they must do is regroup, in my view, and think more medium and long term. So they need to find a way to get through this pain. There will need to be government support for some industries, but they need to rethink about their energy strategy over the next 5, 10, 15 years of their business and ensure that they are locking in secure and well-priced supply in advance. And that might be contracting with new renewables, it might be signing corporate PPAs, that sort of thing. But that is going to be 3, 4, 5 years out before you can really start addressing that issue.
So maybe turn to Toyne there, because in Norway also you have a big debate now about subsidizing businesses. You have been subsidizing households since the early winter, but the businesses are still, or at least small, medium businesses are not supported. Do you see that risk, that support now coming, and how will that affect, how needed is it?
It's the political will to support businesses is there, fortunately. It's a good thing. I mean, it is a real emergency, like he's saying, but it is difficult. It is difficult to find a scheme that is not turning competitors against each other. It's difficult to find something that will not be in breach with even the large, rather allegiant risks state aid rules now. I mean, there are lots of openings for support, but finding something that will support the right businesses, finding something that will actually make a difference, a way to do it that's actually making a difference, it is difficult. So it's taking more time than we will all hoped for. And what we know is that many will be disappointed, because it's not like you can take away all risk for businesses. It's not good. So it will come, but it's coming later, and it won't be as much as many hoped for.
And we have been reading in the news in the last few days, you had Yara now shutting down production in continental Europe. You have other companies doing the same. Is there risk it will happen quite a lot of industrial reduction, demand restriction in the Nordic region as well, do you think, or in the near term?
For the big industrials, I mean, energy-intensive industries, most of them are well hedged, luckily.
Mainly the medium-sized companies that are not really covered in the market.
It's the SMBs that are struggling now. For the energy-intensive industries, it's a lucky coincidence. In the Nordics, we have a strong tradition for good hedges among the energy-intensive industries, long PPAs. It's a good thing now.
Tobias, do you see a big risk for, or a risk, or maybe do you see demand coming down from the industrial side in the next few months, so into the winter, because of this crisis, the high price levels?
Well, yeah, we have that due to the prices and the fuel switch, but we have the same situation in Germany with the medium and small-sized industry sectors, that 60% of them are not hedged for next year, and even 25% are not hedged for next quarter, the winter quarter. The problem is that the market is dried out. When they go to their classical utilities, they're not getting an offer for a long-term contract. And I'm not talking about 5 years, I'm talking about next year or next quarter. The only offer they are getting is spot market prices, which is bad for them because they need to plan, they need to budget, and they don't have the possibilities to go into other regions. The only fact what they can do is reduce their production. So shifting from 3 shifts to 2 shifts, or maybe if they can just produce only 2 weeks a month and so on. So we will see a reduction in industrial demand as well for the gas sector as for the power sector. But it's new to and not due to energy efficiency, it's more due to shutting down.
Will that bring down prices then, and sort of?
No, I think the prices right now are not fundamentally driven. So any look at demand crunch doesn't really move the needle. The market is so nervous. We are in the merit order curve, right at the tipping point due to the exponential curve. I would not be wondering seeing 1,000 euro, 1,500 euro in Germany within the next weeks.
Turning to you, Marcus, you've been covering the green markets, about the carbon market and the other guarantees of origin, and the green transition. How is that impacted by these high prices? Would you see a speed up of renewables build, or is it just not coming quick enough?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? There's a bit of a mismatch between what we need right now and what's going to be in the pipeline. So I think what we're seeing right now is that we have a perfect stress test for the system. I think we have alluded on this before. So a lot of things that should have been done have not been done in the past. I mean, that's build out of renewables, that's diversification, that's build out of grid as well, which is a big issue, I think. So I still do not hear many discussions about kind of grid expansion in the current situation, because everyone is so focused on the short term. And I think we've seen that in the pandemic, there was low demand in a way, right? So there was policymakers trying to kind of put countermeasures in place. Now we have the war situation, there's the heat wave, there is the perfect stress test. And there's again very short-term oriented countermeasures coming from the policy side. So we do still have this underlying discussion, I think, on what we need in terms of renewables, which I think is positive that this is still there. And I think especially the European Commission is doing a great job to keeping this discussion alive and to kind of feeding that through to member states. But at the same time, if you have to travel the world desperately trying to find LNG supplies to your system, you will probably not be occupied very much in kind of shortening kind of application times for building new renewables. Yes, there is initiatives, and we see that in certain member states, also in Germany, obviously. I think this was the big promise by the Green government to actually shorten a lot the build times and the kind of permissioning times for renewables, and coming up with more kind of much broader renewable build-out kind of pipelines. But in my view, it's a big question whether policymakers can actually withstand the calls for short-term actions and not lose focus on the long term. And I think Tanya also mentioned that, yes, there is actually, the market is beautiful, right? And we should leave everything to the market. At the same time, there's a big call for diversification and kind of making things differently compared to what probably the market has incentivized us to do. So I think there is this big mismatch that we still need to solve. Like, how do we diversify not only from like kind of an economic perspective and kind of still have a very strong market force kind of at play. So I think there is a lot of debates we still have to have, especially in the aftermath of this. But right now it's basically panic mode, and this is what's driving the agenda.
Yeah, and what about the trust in the market forces? You can see people from prominent politicians like Macron saying that the pricing of electricity absurd. He said in a news speech, in a news article recently. And is it? Did you see any of you? You could start maybe with you, Mark. Is there risk now that there will be sort of a re-regulation of the power market or the energy markets?
I think there is a risk of unhelpful intervention, at least unhelpful intervention, that would be unhelpful for the medium and long term. I think I'm a big believer in traded markets, like many of the other members of the panel, but there is a big political problem when you have huge disparity of outcomes within a market, and there are some very strong losers, a lot of very big losers from the current market environment, but a lot of enormous windfalls being made as well, particularly around unhedged renewables and around nuclear and those assets that are picking up absolutely vast inframarginal rent in the market. And of course, that's how marginal priced, markets, and that's how they work. But it's a very extreme example of that. And I think there's one stage of intervention where you look to redistribute some of that and you have windfall taxes. But there are calls now for more radical reform of markets and lots of discussion around moving away from payers cleared markets, moving away from a single wholesale market for all participants and starting to fragment that into different buckets. I think for me, the key, and other panelists have said this as well, I think the long-term view has to be at the center of this, because we need to look at the net zero, the decarbonization journey that we have to be on over the next 10, 20, 30 years. And we need to look at the market design, which is going to be fit for purpose for that 2040, 2050 vision and the mix of technologies that we're going to have then. I don't think that is exactly today's market design, but I think what we shouldn't do is knee-jerk rush to throw everything away, put something in place which addresses this particular shock. We should have measures that help to cover that and to redistribute some of the outcomes, and then have the fuller debate over the long-term market design.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah, just a comment on that. I absolutely agree. I'm not saying that the market is perfect as it is, but I'm saying that those suggestions that have come up to fix the market short term, those are not helpful. So I agree totally.
Yeah, you're struggling with one particular issue here in Norway, the issue about, you mentioned it earlier, the potential export restrictions. Is there a risk that you will sort of have a run to nationalism in a way in the energy market, that you would share less of the resources and go it alone?
Absolutely. And it's not only a Norwegian risk, it's not only a Norwegian debate, it's a debate in Germany on whether or not you should use dear gas to produce electricity for France, etc. Same in Spain. So what we're all worried about is this cascading protectionism that will hurt us all in the end.
Yeah, Marcus.
Yeah, I think again, it's kind of this tempting feeling that you can do something as a policymaker very, very short term, right? And I mean, shutting down cables to neighboring countries, yeah, that's a very strong signal, right? And it will probably have the intended effect for a week, but it will not have the intended effect for the wider setup. I mean, if we think what happened in the pandemic, I mean, all of a sudden borders were closed down again, right? I mean, we have lived in kind of a free-moving Europe for decades, and then like one kind of crisis actually put us back 20 years, 30 years in time. I think this is exactly that situation right now, where we can face a similar situation in electricity markets, which I think is in a way devastating for the long-term goals again, because we need a very, very highly interconnected grid and highly connected, interconnected electricity market in Europe in order to actually build all these renewables that we want to have to kind of reach our climate targets. And if we could start cutting off interconnectors now for the short-term effect, this will have a lot of political consequences as well, because all the neighboring countries of Norway will say, yeah, well, sorry, but I mean, if you want to have this short-term effect, we'll basically exclude you from kind of participating in the more long-term growth. This is super dangerous, and I strongly advise to not go down this route. And I think the voices that we hear it's basically to kind of make sure that there is a large part of the population seeing that there is action. But I think this action, there is the voices that say how bad this is are way too low these days, and I think this is something that needs to be changed.
Just to round off there with Tobias, you had a comment, and I also have a question to you about the...
Okay, maybe I make a short
Yeah.
comment. I know that we are a little bit late in time. Two things. I think nationalism is really what Putin wants from us, because then we are weak within Europe. We need European solidarity, and we must fight for that. This crisis creates more nationalism rather than sharing problems and also the good things between each other. So only this I wanted to say. The second part I wanted to say regarding market and market design, the market design is perfect. The problem is we are mostly looking only on a supply curve, which is very price elastic, but the demand curve is very price inelastic. And that's the problem. We have such a demand curve. If it would be like this, we wouldn't see so many prices. We need much more demand side management, much more flexibility in the electric sector, and then we would see different prices. Having the possibility to switch off electricity demand at high prices reduces the prices. That's the biggest problem, not the design itself.
Okay, I think we can leave it with there. I think the time is running out. So thank you for everyone for participating, and
Thank you to the panel. Mark, a small present for you, and for you, Marcus. Very good. We have now a break. Just practical information before we take the break. Documentation is sent out on email this morning. So we save paper. You can download files from the email that you received this morning. And then it's a 30-minute break. Be back here in good time before 11:15. Now we'll talk about both climate issues, carbon market, price drivers, and price area differences in the next hour. And we will have 4 presentations. It will be open for also questions from the audience after each presentation. So please follow. The presentation files, as I mentioned, have been sent to you, most of them actually, this morning. So you can view it also on your mobile device. So on that, we welcome Kiki Kleiven from the Bjerknes Center of Research at the University of Bergen. Welcome to the podium, Kiki. So, Kiki, we will learn about climate effects from you. Yes. And here we are sitting in the middle of an energy crisis, and how the climate crisis can be handled in this environment. That is something you will touch upon during the next 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
I'll try to, and thank you very much. I'm delighted to be invited. We just gave out our seasonal warning for the next 2 months at the Bjerknes Center. Tobias, good news for Germany. It's going to be warmer than usual, both in September and October. But these are still warm months. However, September is going to be drier than usual. This one talking about Europe now. October, the models are diverging, but it seems like the last part of October is going to be wetter than usual. This just shows that climate and energy markets were linked at the hip together. And what we are looking at and changes of the climate system has profound impacts on the supply and markets. And the recent climate reports are very clear. The scale of recent change across the climate system as a whole and the present state of many aspects of the climate system are unprecedented over many centuries. The human-induced climate change is affecting a lot of weather and climate extremes in every region across the globe. Not a climate system is untouched. And the evidence of the absurd changes in extremes, such as the heat waves, ongoing heat waves now on 3 continents, heavy precipitation, droughts, and tropical cyclones, stronger cyclones, and their attribution to human influence has certainly been strengthened. The last year, IPCC came out with 3 climate reports, and they're all pointing in the same direction. What we're seeing emerging now with 1.2 degrees of global warming that have taken place over the last century is going to increase if we do not curb our emissions. And the land temperatures that are shown here in this graph are showing that the strongest global warming is taking place from the 70s and up to now. So throughout my life, we had 5 decades of strong global warming, and all the warmest years have hit over the last decade. The global mean temperature is now 1.2 degrees, as I said, but already in 8 years, we're passing 1.5 degrees. And we know that when we're passing 1.5 degrees and start warming up towards 2.2, 2.4 degrees Celsius, we're passing a lot of what we call climate physical tipping points in the climate system that will make the changes that we are living with now even more extreme and even stronger. And it's particularly the northern hemisphere, because that's where the major part of the land masses are that are feeling this, both in land and ocean temperature. And let's not forget the ocean. The reason why we have heat waves is because we're warming up the ocean. It's not just the ocean, the atmosphere and land that's become warmer, but a lot of the heat, the global warming is stored and pooled in the ocean. The ocean is enormous. It's got a vast capacity to store heat, and it's got memory like an elephant. And because the warmer surface waters, they're being mixed down into the deep part of the ocean, where they travel around the globe and influence climate and weather system all over our planet. And the changes in the ocean temperatures and the currents are actually responsible for the weather that we're having in Europe, in China, and the US right now. Just a little fun fact, you all heard about the Little Ice Age. Well, it was a lot colder to swim around Greenland at that time. That water went somewhere. That cold water went down in the ocean. And right now we're measuring the cooling of the Little Ice Age in the deepest part of the Pacific 700 years after it took place. So global warming is going to stay with us for a while, thanks to the ocean. It's getting warmer, it's getting wetter, it's getting wilder. This is not just a Danish snuff movie, it's what we're living through right now. Its continued global warming is projected to further intensify. And what we're looking at is the hydrological cycle. It's the water cycle that's getting intensified. It's as simple as 1 degree warming makes the atmosphere, in a warmer atmosphere, can contain 7% more moisture. You know, we're soon hitting towards 3.5% more and maybe 7% more. And in addition, a warmer atmosphere that contained more moisture also changes the reasons for extreme events. So extreme events become a lot more frequent in a warmer atmosphere. And storm tracks like hurricanes and cyclones are also influenced by this. So with a warming of 1.5 degrees, a small number of regions are experiencing a lot more moisture. But with a warming of 2 degrees Celsius, this pattern completely changes. This is what we're looking at when we're running our models forward. We're seeing that the wet bulb and the dry bulb are intensifying. So basically, wet regions are getting wetter, dry regions are getting drier. And especially Northern Europe, North America, and most of the Asian regions are getting this weather weirding, where you get the extremes flopping between extreme dry and extreme wet conditions. Also, we're seeing seasonal changes. I'm coming from in Norway, we have like 4 distinct seasons. This is being like whisked away, and we're seeing that floods and droughts are changing and occurring in other seasons than what we've been used to, and often what we have planned for. There's also more extreme heat, more extreme drought, and forest fires hanging together with this. And the frequency and intensity of hot extremes, including what we also see now, marine heat waves, and these heat waves are influencing our weather. They've increased in recent decades and are projected to keep increasing regardless of the greenhouse gas emission scenarios. And the critical thresholds relevant for ecosystems and also humans are projected to exceed when we reach a global warming of 2 degrees and higher. And it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop in 2030, because the future emissions, they cause future additional warming. The global surface temperatures will continue to increase at last into the mid-century under all emission scenarios. And global warming of 1.5 and 2 degrees will be exceeded during the 21st century. We're soon passing 1.5, unless we're getting deep reductions in CO2. And many changes in the climate system become larger in direct relation to the global warming. They include increases in the frequency and intensity of hot extremes, heat waves, marine heat waves that I already talked about, heavy precipitation, and in some regions also prolonged drought that will influence our ability to grow food and will then also set up forest fires. So a lot of the infrastructures that we're dependent upon are getting more and more harmed in a warmer, wetter, wilder, drier world. Not to mention what's going to happen and what is taking place in the Arctic regions. And with every additional amount of global warming, the changes get larger. So changes in several climate impact drivers will be more widespread in a 2 degree world than in a 1.5 degree world. and keep on increasing as the globe warms. We already seen this figure today. There is an ongoing historical drought in Europe right now. And according to the latest map of the European Drought Observatory, mainland Europe now, 47% of the EU territory are now in warning condition, and 17% is in an alert condition. But what is more unique is that there is a prolonged drought and heat wave going on in 3 continents at the same time. Both US, in Asia, in China, and in Europe, this is taking place. It's unprecedented, it's never been observed before. And what we're seeing is what we climatologists call compound events, namely that we're getting not only a heat wave, but it's coming on top of a prolonged drought. And it's these compound events, whether it's being an extreme rainfall on top of a very long and wet autumn, which we're all hoping for, of course, a long wet autumn, but when we get extreme rain on top of that, that is something that we're not rigged for. So the compound events is something that is popping up more and more. And I think it's also important to say that the temperatures we're seeing in Europe or in the UK this summer would not have been possible without global warming. So global warming is prolonging the heat waves. Global warming is making it a lot drier. In China now, there's been 10 days of heat wave warnings in a row. The usual for the Sichuan region, where this is taking place, is like 3 to 4 days. So it's more than a doubling. And it's got 84 million people living there, and they stop production in factories to make sure that people have enough power to cool themselves down. And this is a province where 80% of its energy is dependent on hydropower. So we're seeing that it's a very, very close link to what's happening now. So what about the climate and the energy market? Well, the changes in climate are a significant risk to the energy sector. It's directly affecting the supply, the energy production, the physical resilience of energy infrastructure, and the energy demand. And the increasing frequency of the intensity of extreme weather that we're seeing is causing disruptions to the supply. It's causing difficult in demand management and energy outages. And climate hazards are set to grow throughout the rest of the century. Many countries are already experiencing more marked spatial variations in precipitation, while extreme weather events, they're also happening more frequently and pose significant challenges to some countries. We know that the energy sector is the key solution to the current climate crisis, but the energy sector and hence the energy market is also directly impacted by climate change. So if you look at, for instance, just increasing global temperature, that raises concern about the impacts of climate hazards in the energy system. It affects hydropower generation by accelerating snow and glacial melts, and is raising also evaporation losses from reservoirs. It decreases electricity generation from thermal power plants and solar PV by derating the capacity and causing difficulties in cooling. And the rising temperatures alongside an increasing number of days of extreme heat negatively affect the operational limits of transmissions and distribution equipment and lead to higher losses. And the high energy demand for cooling purposes can also impact on peak demand and might require changes to grid operation and also maintenance practices. Higher greenhouse gas concentration will also make regional variations in precipitation a lot more pronounced. Under a high greenhouse gas concentration scenario, the high latitudes and the equatorial Pacific are likely to experience the increase in annual mean precipitation. But if we go to the Mediterranean region, the picture is completely different. This is a region that's just going to continue to get drier and drier. And the shift in precipitation patterns are projected to increase even more. So we're going to really see a border and a strong divide over wet and dry conditions as the decade warming is continuing. For instance, if we have increased seasonal and annual variability in rainfall, more frequent heavy rainfalls or severe droughts, that pose significant challenge to all these operations that I talked about. So let's move over to tropical storms. They're happening further south, right? But they are moving. The storm belts are moving up in the latitudes towards the pole on both hemispheres. And we are at the end track. Sometimes I think about tropical storms as a whip. They are circulating and amassing a lot of power and of course ruining a lot of stuff in their track. But they're also traveling further on the latitudes because they love warm water and the ocean's getting warmer. So they're traveling and they have an immense destructive power. Power to just like completely out all the energy systems that we have. So since climate change is expected to raise the risk, building climate resilience of energy systems become increasingly important. The ability to anticipate, that's where you might need our climate scientists, but also to absorb and accommodate and recover from the effects of potentially hazardous events related to climate change. A climate-resilient energy system is one that can adapt to and withstand the long-term changes in climate patterns, and also continue to operate under the immediate shocks from extreme weather events, and also be able to restore the system function after an interruption resulting from one extreme climate hazard event. But how can we both achieve rapid growth in renewable energy solutions while also shoring up resilience to the impacts of climate change? Well, both goals will require an understanding of the climate risk to avoid unintended consequences, anticipate stress points, and implement the policies, technologies, and practices that lead us on a path to a more secure and sustainable energy future. Along those lines, one of the great challenges that we're facing in climate scientists is to produce, when we're producing climate impact assessments, basically consists of formally producing the plausible scenarios that the energy market need for changes in frequency and intensity of extreme weather events and their impacts on energy. So there's two ways we're doing this. One is to use experience on climate variability. That's one way to ascertain the vulnerability to climate change, while modeling future climate provides another one, and they're both very complementary. And the analysis of the impacts of increased frequency of extreme events can be well assessed by past experiences. However, as the climate extremes become more intense, that information becomes insufficient. In other words, one of the greatest difficulties that we have lies in assessing the impacts of extreme weather conditions for which there have never been any precedents. We actually don't know what's in store for the future. That's a challenge. An additional important area for future research development is energy system adaptation to climate change impacts. In this sense, climate impact research is fundamental in developing tools to assist energy planners and policymakers to avoid unexpected surprises and overcome potential energy system bottlenecks. Despite the research challenges, despite ongoing droughts, heat waves, and war, I am optimistic that we will reach and see growth paths, and I'm optimistic when it comes to the outlook of renewable energy industry and markets. But it must be aided, and this is fundamentally in today's political situation, it must be aided by supportive policies from administrations that are actually focusing on combating climate change. Effective policy measures must ensure that climate resilience not only fosters reliable energy supply, but also promotes a much broader social and economic goals, such as protecting the welfare of citizens, particularly the vulnerable groups. 6 days ago, Deloitte presented their energy renewable outlook, in which they state that renewable energy growth is poised to accelerate in 2022, as concern for climate change and support for environmental, social, and governance consideration grow, and demand for cleaner energy sources for most market segments accelerate. Let's hope this outlook is correct. But we're seeing that the Biden administration's vision to fully decarbonize the US economy is helping to spur the activity in the renewable sector, and hopefully will drive growth, particularly if the proposed legislations are enacted. Australia now has a climate action-willing government, and in Europe, the agenda is to collaborate. And whilst the EU cooperation is often criticized of being slow matter, an endless tug of war, often resulting in stale compromises, the Ukraine war has created unity and the will to act. But there is an urgent need for measures that quickly provide more renewable energy and promote energy efficiency. The war in Ukraine impacts on how we think and act in relation to climate and energy transition. Unfortunately, there is little indication that the war and the crisis will end quickly. We already heard about how we're going to wean ourselves out from Russian gas and cutting 2/3 already this year. It's not going to be easy. It's going to cost. And all the measures outlined in the European Commission's plan will be implemented and must be implemented on the ground in the member states in order to produce the desired results. More renewable energy will over time reduce EU citizens' energy costs, but everything points to that the direction of gas and electricity bills being very high in the years to come. This will cost us money if we're going to help people, if we're going to use some of that toolbox to protect consumers. But the politicians must step up to the crisis as the one we are experiencing right now. Some countries will also be significantly more exposed than others. both in terms of price effect and cost. And finding method to distribute the cost burdens is an expression of European solidarity. Norway, I think, should take a lot more part in the common European effort than we've done so far. Just looking at the incomes from oil and gas that are in this year and the coming years give us every opportunity to do so. But also how all countries and all companies reinvest the super profit will also be important to combat climate change. Will they contribute to a forced green shift, or will they succumb to the temptation to increase investments on the fossil side of the equation? In any case, I think I'm going to round up now and say that there is strong reason to believe that almost all countries will invest more in becoming self-sufficient in energy, either behind national borders or in close cooperation with like-minded neighboring countries, such as in the EU. This means more renewable energy, particularly a faster pace in the development of wind and solar. The X factor is, however, the impact to overcome is the bureaucratic obstacles, such as the long and inefficient licensing processes. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kiki. A very scaring future ahead of us, according to at least your first slides, but you are optimistic, you say. Do you have any good news to come with?
I am an optimist, and I was one of those, there were quite many of us that came out of the COP meeting in Glasgow optimistic, because this often pointed that the climate crisis is a crisis that cannot be solved with democracy, right? Look at Extinction Rebellion. We have to like get away from the political systems that we have today. Well, the COP meeting is showing us that when the world comes together and sit down and agrees, we are actually moving. I don't think very many people who signed the document anticipated a war. I think a lot of the cuts in climate will be stalled, but there is a plan. And I'm an optimist in terms of both cutting climate and changing our energy mix. I think it's going to happen, and maybe these are the kind of crises that will speed things up.
Yeah, at least things are happening in the US and in Australia, I mentioned. China and India, how far are they behind?
Well, India had a game changer in the COP meeting, but the fact that actually they brought up a word called net zero. They never used that before. But of course, India is like close to like 86% coal-powered, if not more. It's an enormous transition they're going to go through, and they're still developing also as a country. So it's going to take India a lot more time. But India is the country in the world that's most hit by climate change. They're going to be wrecked by climate change. So unless they're changing, and they're a huge emitter, changing their attitude, they're one of the countries where we're going to see the largest effect on people. China is coming slowly, not fast enough. And I'm not a big expert on China, so I'll leave that to the expert. But they have a pollution problem that they have to fight as well.
Yeah. Any questions from the audience out here? No? Very good. Do you have anything, Ola?
Go back to the first thing you mentioned, the weather situation, which is extreme in Europe this summer. For how long, if you look at the models that you've seen, for how long can this persist, you think, this dry weather, the low river levels?
Well, the seasonal forecasters we're looking at, so we're kind of updating them every second month. So basically, we don't have an outlook for more than half a season at a time. But of course, what's surrounding Europe now is very, very warm waters. We're living in a country that if we hadn't had a warm current along our coast, our climate would look very different. So the ocean has an enormous impact. It speaks to the atmosphere and brings warm weather in. What we're not seeing in the near future is storm tracks with low pressure. So this situation is kind of locked in. We have a lock-in situation where the unusually warm and dry conditions are continuing. The European and US models for precipitation, rain in the near future, they diverge. The Norwegian models, using historical data, are pointing to more rain than usual along the coast in October, whereas the American models are saying it's going to be, a little bit less than usual. So we're a little bit, let's hope the Norwegian models are the correct for we need this rain to fill up. But I would also like to say one thing, since I got the stage, that we're looking a lot on offshore wind now, and a lot of the data that the government and agencies are using now are 15-year-old wind data. So we're actually just coming out with new wind maps now, and there are regions in Norway who think they're going to have a wind bonanza. They're not going to have a wind bonanza. The wind maps are very clear where the best places to put offshore wind is. It's basically any south of Stad, or the best areas from Bergen and all of south of Bergen and the whole south of the North Sea, Nordland, and the northern parts of the Barents Sea, the latter being really hard. The rest have way too much cutoff time and too high winds. So this is also showing that the use of data and the use of models is very much needed when we're going to invest in enormous infrastructures for the future.
Very good, Kiki. You can also discuss more with the delegates also during the breaks. So thank you very much. Thank you. We continue with issues related to climate, and the next speaker is Ingvild Sørhus, Senior Analyst at Refinitiv, and I will just start your presentation. Ingvild, welcome to the podium.
Thanks.
And welcome to Nordic Energy Day again. And EU ETS, you talked about it here 3 years ago, and lots have happened since that time. At that time, we were around 20 euros, and we were shocked when the prices went up to 25. So now we are at a certain other level, and the reasons behind it and how we can see carbon prices in the future, that is something you will talk about for the next 20 minutes.
Yep.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. Yeah, so I was given this title by Morten. So close, yet still so far. It was a while back. And then, when will prices hit 100 euros? And on Friday, it's like, yeah, it's going to be a short presentation. Because then we were at 99.22. But right now, I'm quite happy. I'm a carbon analyst. I grew up being kind of a big fan of Far Side Story. And I was like, yeah, I'll have to find some illustration on the carbon market. Where is the carbon market? And I was like, staying in the background. And then I remember this drawing from Gary Larson. So I feel that carbon is this woman sitting silently in the chair. And I think that's probably a good thing. And why is that? Why don't we talk about carbon? Yeah, this is indexed to 1st of January. I mean, the other, coal, gas, power, I mean, it's just exploded. It's just wild. And carbon has been sitting in the background. But if we zoom into carbon and say, well, carbon is interesting too. I just took this price chart 1 year back. We have, I just plotted the averages as well, so you just see kind of it has increased over the years. Running up to like last autumn, we see that carbon took a lot of direction from the gas market. It's kind of trying to track kind of the movements in the gas market. First front month, then front month just spiraled off, and then it took more direction from the front year contract being kind of more priced into the fuel switching range, and then that exploded as well, and it was kind of a bit detached from that. It is policy process going on. A policy, I mean, since the EU ETS, it's a policy tool, so policy is important, and what goes on in Brussels. Support by kind of movements and statements by policymakers in Europe, we had kind of this increase in prices, and we hit almost 100. And we as analysts, and I guess the journalists as well, were preparing this, so we are at 100. How did we get to 100? And then we had the invasion. Gas prices just blew through the roof, and then carbon went the other way around. People were kind of getting out of the carbon market. And it dropped quite severely. But we have been back around 75, 82 for a really long time, and then it has been kind of more stable around 80, 90. We had this big increase in August. I have a slide on the August rally, but then we had a second attempt on Friday, 400. We reached 99.22, all-time high. Now we're slightly lower. I think we're a bit below 90 today. So why did we see this August rally? I mean, August is normally kind of the bullish month of European carbon. And that is because, I mean, the main reason is why it's normally seen as kind of a bullish month is that the EUA auction supply is halved. That is done because it's lower activity in the summer. So just to kind of, to have less supply when it's less activity. So that is everyone knows it's half supply in August, but it's still kind of this psychological support anyway. I think it was 1 year where we had an opposite effect. It was going down in August because everyone has pointed, yeah, prices are going up in August, prices are going up in August. And then we had the price going up in July, and then a sell-off came ahead of August. But that is one factor. But then it's like this basket of other factors, supportive factors of why we saw this big increase in August. Of course, we have had high temperatures. We have had high cooling demand across Europe. And we have had really low emission-free power generation. I mean, the nuclear availability in France, lower than normal wind generation in Germany. The hydro balance is super poor. So, of course, when you don't have these emission-free free power generation, that means you have to have more emission-intensive power plants running. And we have seen high coal burn. I mean, gas is not something that is actually, I mean, you don't run the gas plants unless you have to. So we see high coal burn, very profitable clean dark spread. I mean, we have record high coal prices, we have record high carbon prices, but the clean dark spread is really, really, really high. And of course, the Russian gas supply, which affects everything. Yeah. And this is kind of a strange slide because like a few years ago, we wouldn't have thought that this would be kind of the message, coal is king. I mean, we always kind of saw over the last year that, okay, coal phase-out plans, coal phase-out, coal phase-out. I mean, and now it's all about security of energy supply. So of course, this picture is showing kind of lignite, or sorry, the German power stack for the front month. So it's like nuclear on the front, which is barely, you can't really see. And then all lignite is in the money, all coal is in the money. And then you have like oil and gas on the margin. So it's really kind of, coal is the savior of Europe this year. And we see these kind of decommissioned coal plants are brought back. Countries are opening up to delay coal phase-out. So, of course, this is bringing power sector emissions up, which is kind of then supportive of why we should have higher carbon prices. On the other hand, I mean, it's power and industry mainly that is covered by EU ETS. I mean, you have aviation, but it's mainly kind of power and industry. Industry is struggling, and it's not kind of a very positive economic outlook for Europe. I mean, we see several companies that have already shut down production. We are seeing companies have like serious concern about the high energy costs. I mean, last year we also saw when gas prices were going up, we saw that fertilizers across Europe was reduced because, I mean, they couldn't operate. So of course, this risk of energy shortage forced industrial activity is bringing emissions from the industry sector down. We also could see, I mean, if we are into the winter and we see kind of restrictions on on electricity, we could also see further demand disruption in industry. And then, of course, the economy is not like a happy reading either. So on that side, this is quite a big downside risk in the carbon market at the moment. But we're also in one of the most important times when it comes to policy making. I mean, last summer, the European Commission came out with how the proposed changes how the EU legislation should look like in order for a new 2030 emission target. I mean, we used to have 40% greenhouse gas emission greenhouse gas reduction. Now it's at least 55%. And of course, this is now being discussed with policymakers. Now these legislation on how the framework should look like is open. The Commission came out with a proposal last year. The European Parliament has on one side, they've been kind of discussing and agreed on their position, like the changes that the European Parliament wants to see in this legislation. The member states in the Council has done the same. So before summer, we had an agreement with European Parliament. We had an agreement in the Council. So that means the next process, or kind of the ongoing process now, is the trialogue. So that is when participants from the European Parliament and from the member state will meet and try to kind of make a coherent legislation, and a lot of this horse trading is probably going on. But that started just before summer. I think they had one meeting, and that will continue when the summer recess is over in Brussels. We expect the negotiation to be reached early 23, at least in the first half of 2023. So that is kind of course, you don't know. It could go sooner, it could go slower, but that is what we see. But of course, this is all, the future of ETS is dependent on this. I mean, it is the reduced burden on ETS. It will be less room for emissions. That is already been priced in, I guess. I mean, that's what the market is expecting. We will see a continued strong market stability reserve, and market stability reserve kind of is really the hero of the or was the hero of the EU ETS, and why it became relevant again. So it's all these parts that is still kind of, I mean, we see the contours of a final agreement, but it's still moving parts. So that is going to be kind of intensifying now when the market participants are coming back to their offices and meet again. So that is kind of, yeah, I was trying this stupid drawing, trying to kind of, that was supposed to be a policymakers with a suitcase there. Are they able to kind of focus on the long-term target? And that's supposed to be like the Earth in a hospital bed. So it's not a shopping cart, which my colleague thought. But am I back? Yes. So are they able to kind of see through the fire that is going on now? Will they get through and focus on the long-term target? Because that is really, really needed. And I guess from Kiki's presentation as well, that should be on top of every politician's agenda is, I mean, obviously, we haven't reduced emissions fast enough. Now we really need to speed up, and we can't really make this war and this extreme situation that we are now to water down the targets. But policymakers, it's probably kind of the really, really tough job at the moment to be a policymaker. However, so that's Fit for 55. That's, I would say, unless there are big changes to this now, it's kind of overall like supportive going forward. And it's mostly, I think the biggest elements are probably priced in with the current prices. Then we had the Repower EU proposed by, or presented by the Commission before, or like in springtime. And that was really kind of the response of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and a plan that proposes how to more rapidly reduce the dependency on Russian fossil fuels. One supportive or one kind of surprise element that no one really saw coming was that, of course, it will cost a lot to speed up the renewable build-out. A lot of the elements, kind of energy savings, a lot of the elements that they propose will cost. But the surprising part is that they propose to take 20 billion of euro of funding. It's supposed to come from the allowances that already sits in the market stability reserve. So kind of bringing extra allowances to the market. And of course, there has been quite a lot of debate around this, but we don't know exactly where this sits now. If it's kind of, is there sufficient opposition? Because of course, the argument is that, okay, if you go into the cookie jar once, you can do it twice, or maybe 3 times, and then is that undermining then the market? And we're also waiting on this Spain proposal. I mean, Spain said, we want to have a proposal on a cap on carbon prices. I mean, this is a bit new, and we haven't seen the real proposal yet. So this is also something that will kind of feed into the policy process going forward. So when will we see 100? I think carbon is a bit, it's kind of probably a bit stupid, but it's, I feel that carbon has an identity crisis. It used to be kind of the, oh, look at me, I give you signals, come and we are going to the future together. But now it's, I mean, I think it's good that we haven't spiraled off as anything else. You can't really blame carbon for the situation we are in at the moment. But of course, it has also changed. I mean, it used to be at least some fuel switching component into this, this picture as well. So, I mean, a high carbon price would then switch from the dirty stuff to the cleaner stuff in power generation. But we see, I mean, that's not happening at the moment because we don't have the cleaner stuff. We don't have nuclear, we don't have hydro, we don't have gas. So then we run all this dirty stuff. So of course, short-term emission reductions not caused by carbon. Power sector emissions are increasing, industry emissions are decreasing, and of course this recession ghost, how bad will it be in Europe? But yeah, you can't underestimate that. I mean, we need a clear and strong climate policy. So in that sense, that's supportive. But of course, how will this crisis we're in now color the debate? Yeah, we expect volatility. I think we will see 100, so 3 times is a charm. But I would say we see quite a lot of downside risk, but at the moment in this August rally, we have seen that has been kind of the support from the power prices and has been more kind of overriding the bearish factors. I think I'll end it there.
Thank you very much, Ingvild. So the span, future span in carbon price could be from 50 to 150 then? Yeah, I mean, you see the increase. I mean, in the carbon price over the recent year. I mean, the average last year was 53. For good reasons, I would say. There were fundamental factors of why we saw this increase last year. And then this year as well. So it seems to be a bit more kind of normalization. And of course, it will depend on, or more kind of going into the future, it will be the abatement cost that will kick in. Because at some point, I mean, you will reduce the amount of emissions that are allowed.
And of course, at some point, you also need to draw on more expensive abatement technology, which will then be more kind of the reference point of carbon. But I mean, looking at the CO2 switching curve at the moment, I mean, carbon could be at 500, I guess, 500, and wouldn't change anything. So it's, I mean, yeah. It's volatile. I think we can expect volatility.
Yeah. Håkon?
Thank you, Emil. Always nice. Quick question. With these, this is a carbon tax, and the tax goes back to the governments, right? Is that money being reinvested in solutions like renewable energy, as I think was the purpose?
Yeah, so the revenues from the auctioning, that goes back to, or most of it goes back to the different countries, which then is invested. I mean, there are kind of strings attached to these revenues, and it's for climate and energy related purposes. And also, some of the revenues also fills kind of the innovation fund and the modernization fund. So the modernization fund is for Eastern European countries for modernization of the energy sector. So I think what we have seen is that the EU ETS has become so important when it comes to revenue and to fund the green shift that is needed. And that is probably also why we see, for instance, this repower plan now suggesting to sell allowances from the market stability reserve, because it's such kind of a good revenue stream. And we also saw that, for instance, Spain, I mean, they don't necessarily have the gas revenues or the hydropower revenues that we see in Norway. So that actually were allowed to use some of their auction revenue to alleviate some of the power bills in Spain as a short-term measure. So of course this money becomes, I mean, with the rising carbon price, it has become quite an important revenue stream, I would say, both for governments and also as kind of filling up these funds.
Very good, Ingrid. Morten Saksevik, Equinor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since you're into EU policy, there seems to be a view among politicians that once they have decided on some incentives, investments will automatically follow. But they don't, and I think very much it's because the politicians don't do the work they should do, which is to regulate areas for windmills, where you can place solar plants, where you can have power lines, and they don't dare to do that, and markets only function within the limits set by those restrictions. Why is there no more focus on actually regulating spaces for renewables and the power lines needed?
Yeah, good question, because I think some of the previous presenters has also said that it's also policy that is limiting the build out of, for instance, renewable with permit that takes too long to get the permit. And I think that was mentioned slightly in the repower plan, that they acknowledge this problem to speed up the speed of these hurdles for rolling out renewables. But I think, I think now everyone sees how complex those that are not in the energy market on a daily basis now really see how complex this is, and kind of it's becoming more obvious the bottlenecks that kind of keeps pace down.
Very good. Absolutely many topics to dig into in the future, Ingrid. So thank you very much for your contribution here today. Thank you.
Tusen tack.
We continue with Marius Holmer Ennesund, partner at Tema Consulting. And Marius, you have been quite busy also during the last year to explain what is going on in the energy markets to both politicians and and the public as a whole. And today you will talk to us about other price drivers beyond carbon, the whole pattern, basically, how that affect all types of power prices across the line. So the next, I think, 50 minutes is yours.
Thank you very much, Morten. And it's quite demanding to kind of go through the most eventful year in the power market ever in 15 minutes and what it means for the coming decade. But I'll try to help you through that. And I also would like, from time to time, I mean, it will be a focus on the markets and the effects going forward, but I'll try also to comment a bit on the public opinion and what people think about these things, because right now there's a fierce political debate, and we might come up with measures that will harm the current situation, it will make things worse than they already are, and that can harm the market development going forward. And I think it's everybody's task in this room that is in this market to get the facts on the table and help politicians take the right decisions going forward. I'll start with a simple graph, and you should be both blind and deaf, I guess, not to knowing that we are at record high price levels across Europe. Here you see the German power price following the short-run marginal cost of gas-fired power, and has been doing so throughout this period. You see also the Nordic system price being way below. Of course, that masks that there's a huge price spread that we're going to look into between the north and south. And if we put up the NO2 price, it would be much closer to the German power price. But I think on this graph, what has been really under-communicated is that the Nordic market and southern parts of the Nordic market follow the European market. It's not something new. It's been like that for decades. The new thing is that we see a totally other level in continental Europe. Some years ago, we followed short-run marginal cost of coal. That was through the water value calculations, as you know very much, and we had coal-fired power in Denmark, in Sweden, partly, and thermal power there that was affecting our market. And then, of course, gas becoming more and more important. So this is nothing new, although what people outside of this room see is that you get 2 new cables and prices skyrocket, and suddenly we follow the European market. And I guess this expression, the perfect storm, is kind of overused these days, but still. What we've seen is a number of events that kind of coincided. Just picked up 4 of them. You had a pandemic before this as well, that led to also China, especially in particular, and Asian countries ramping up their production of goods going out of that, and that requires energy. You see the record high gas prices reaching over 200 euros. We know the story around that. We see very low flows on the Nord Stream 1 and also the outages now. And we still see very high demand for gas as the EU has put in place targets for storage level. And as Tobias showed you earlier today, we are actually on good way to meet those targets, which are 80% on the EU level and 95% in Germany. At the same time, record high CO2 prices. Of course, gas prices is the most important driver, but the high CO2 prices also feeds into the short-run marginal cost and hence into the power price. And this, combined with the dry air in the southern Norway, I think now everybody understands is an important price driver. But now suddenly things are happening even further south in Europe with nuclear or low nuclear availability in France, due both to an aging fleet, but also the very dry weather there. So we have problems with high river temperatures and cooling issues. That also applies to thermal power plants in Germany. And now it's becoming even more complex to explain it in public, right? So You start with saying, okay, it's been dry, hence power prices are high. People understand that. And then you go beyond that and say, well, now it's also about the gas market. And people start to understand that as well. But when now you move even further, you say that, well, they have problems with nuclear in France. And for a household in southern Norway, the question is obviously, why is something happening miles away affecting my power price? But it is, and I'll take you through the effects later on more in terms of pricing. And at the same time, we decommission firm capacity across Europe. That goes for coal-fired power plants, although we are reconsidering that now in a number of countries. And also German nuclear is to be shut down the last 3 reactors now in 22. And we'll shut down reactors in Sweden. And I think you can really say that everything is up for discussion right now, when even the Germans are thinking about keeping their nuclear reactors running for some more time. Then into more on the Nordic market. We see record high price differences, you all know that. Of course, that creates problems for producers in the north, which might produce with losses, and hedging problems, obviously, with the system price that is somewhere between here, and that is the liquid product in the financial market that makes difficult to hedge, and I know Mia is going to bring you through that afterwards. But it also, of course, in the public opinion, show a market that is not functioning. High prices for people means that the market is not functioning. Price differences means that a market is not functioning. Well, in the economist's mind, of course, it's the total opposite. You should have high prices when there's scarcity, and there is scarcity. There is scarcity in southern Norway. We've had very low inflow both last year, also this year, very high inflow in the north. That is important. More long-term structural changes are, of course, also that we've seen a lot of new wind investments in northern Sweden. They continue, even but at a lower pace. You have a high cannibalization there, but still wind resources are so good, so it makes it profitable to keep on investing. And we have grid challenges within Sweden that also plays a part for southern Norway when they restrict flows to southern Norway from the SA3 area. And in Norway, of course, again, grid issues making up a big factor for the large price differences between the northern part of the country and the southern part. And adding to that, of course, all the cables landing in the southern part. Going forward, I mean, I will draw your attention to 2 things. First of all, of course, as we've seen, gas market is the large driver, the large uncertainty. Tobias took you through what it kind of requires to meet the gap. Right now, we still see a market that is very high priced throughout next year and also into 2024. If we are to normalize, we definitely need to get the LNG facilities online in Germany, but that doesn't help if you don't get gas into them. So we need also to ramp up production elsewhere around the world and have some type of long-term contracts, I think is needed there as well to get the necessary gas into the market. But it's definitely possible. We are on the way, and we expect the market to ease over time. But right now, as you see on the right-hand side, there is gas on the margin in most of the hour. That means that €1 increase in gas input will feed into the power price with more than €1 on the German side. And it will increase over time when you phase out nuclear. Gas is becoming more and more important. before in the long term you get more renewables in and the marginal effect of increases in gas prices will decrease over time. The effect of coal is the opposite. When you phase out coal, obviously fewer and fewer hours are on the margin in this market, and the effects of a coal price increase goes down over time. The same is true for CO2 when you switch from coal to gas. So to what we expect going forward, on the left-hand side you see the latest market prices for Germany. I think we're even above this today for the Q1 contract, more than 600 euros. Southern Norway is following that quite closely. You see on our price forecast there, we was done some time ago, where we assumed normal availability of French nuclear, and also didn't see the latest surge in gas prices that we will definitely see high prices the coming couple of years, and the price gap within the Nordics won't close before close to 2030. And there's really two things that is needed to close that gap. There's grid enforcement north-south in Sweden. That's happening in 27, 28. And it is also to get the line across the Sognefjord at roughly the same time. But that alone is definitely not enough. We also need to see more demand in the northern parts of the countries. But there are a lot of projects there. Some are delayed, but looking at the list of companies wanting to connect that Statnett has, there will definitely be more investments, and we see that low prices there, the way that price areas are thought to function, it actually work. People would like to invest in more demand in areas where you expect to see lower power prices for still some time to go, and it's a race of being there early enough to get enough of those years with very low power prices. So back into to some sensitivities on the main drivers going forward. In this graph, we looked at the effects of different gas price levels for both German power prices and the NO2 price. And to the left, you see the effects with normal availability of French thermal capacity. You see there's a flattening of the curve in the NO2 areas with levels close to 150 euros, where you get more hours with coal as well. But that combined with challenges in France, you really see that instead of flattening out, the effects of increased gas prices just continue to feed into also the NO2 area up until 200 euros plus. So right now the uncertainty is of course the gas market, but as much the effect in France of the nuclear fleets. Next sensitivity I would like to show you is German nuclear. And for the first time, they've really now started to discuss whether to continue running the last 3 reactors. Of course, there's challenges with that. With security checks, you need fuel rods. And I just learned that on average, it takes 18 months from you order them to actually get them. That's way too late. And most of them actually come from Russia, from Rosatom. So you need another supplier as well. So although many see it as well as just keep on running them, there's definitely issues being able to do so. And keeping them alive through 2023 would probably lower German power prices with roughly 25 euros. And very much of that will also feed into prices in southern Norway, and that would be roughly 20 euros lower. And going forward, the effects will be less and less as you invest more in renewables and also get more of the infrastructure and grids in place. I think the last thing I would like to discuss with you, and that's been very much in the media attention now, is basically the risk of rationing. And here we have looked at a case where you, in fact, cut the cables. And by cutting the interconnectors, well, it's not just the interconnectors, it's lines to Sweden, Denmark, interconnectors to UK, Germany, and the Netherlands as well. And if you do all that and get an isolated market, we see that there's a number of historical weather years that you see on the left-hand side that shows a below zero reservoir filling, basically meaning that in those you need to go into a racing situation. And that's in weather years where you have dry and cold weather throughout the winter. You will need to ration in spring, around April, what we call vårknipa in Norwegian, for a few weeks in the southern part. We estimate the probability in this case to be around 10 to 20% if you don't allow trade to other countries. And I think, this is really in the center of the debate right now. Tony said earlier today that if you try to figure out what the politicians would do, you would definitely be wrong. But if I should stick my head out, I don't think we will end up with cutting the cables. I think we will do something about a minimum filling degree in the reservoirs and not go into a full stop in exports. So to kind of try to sum up, gas markets, center of attention, will continue to be so going forward. We need to fill the storages, we need new LNG terminals, and hopefully still some flows from Russia. Weather is becoming more and more important. Hydrology, both in southern Norway, but also the very dry conditions and high temperatures across Europe is playing center stage here. And the big question is how much thermal capacity will be available across Europe for the coming winter and spring. So that's the three topics to follow going forward. Thank you.
We are a little bit over time, but we have time for 2 small questions and 2 quick answers. Yes, Richard. Richard Sverresen, editor in Montel.
Hi, Marius. Thanks for an excellent overview of current issues. I'd like to ask you about the Nord Stream 1 outage that is due here for technical maintenance purposes at the end of this month, beginning of next. What are your expectations after this? Will it come back on fully? And I realize this is highly speculative, but is there a risk in Putin weaponizing gas that he could flood the market with gas come spring?
Well, first of all, whether it comes back and how fast, that's anybody's guess. Whether he could flood the market going forward, I've never thought about that actually. That's I don't think so. The way you see the political debate and what's happening across Europe right now, with definitely increased fragmentation, I think he has achieved much of what he wanted in a way already. So I don't expect to see that, but yeah, it's anybody's guess right now, I think. Yeah.
One more for you, Gert.
Yeah, can you say something about why exports continue from southern Norway to Germany and the UK? That we see that the NO2 price is stably lower than Germany. Is it not possible to save more water, or are they? Why haven't the hydropower producers reacted more strongly?
Yeah, at times it isn't. What we've seen is that the net exports have been relatively low, and much of that is run-of-river production, and it's going through southern Norway from other areas. So we actually barely produce reservoir water in the southern parts. So I think that's you can't really save even more than you already do. I think the water values for those with flexible productions are very high, and you hold back as much as possible.
Ola, do you have more?
Yeah. Just mentioning the gas prices, you said for almost 10 years you will still be very, very dependent on gas prices in the Nordic power price. So, and with Russia leaving, then you will sort of be linked more to the LNG price. So that does it mean a higher floor than in at least southern parts of Norway?
Yeah, it could definitely be a higher floor there going forward than we expected, and we'll see how LNG negotiations, also maybe some long-term contracts will develop as well, but it's going to be a tight market for quite some time, and that will definitely feed into southern Norwegian prices.
Yes, and maintain the regional differences, so cheaper in the north.
Yeah.
Very good. We end there, Marius. Thank you very much for your contribution here today.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Discussions on prices will persist, of course, and also the discussions regarding. Let me see. I have to wear my glasses to find. Regarding price area differences, and to bring more insights into this, we have now Mia Bodin and Gustav Sundelius coming to the podium, and I will then start your presentation. So you represent the Bodecker Partners, independent advisory services and consultancies for the energy business, particularly towards the Nordic market. And you're experts and how to handle the price area risks. That is the topic for the next 15 minutes. And sorry for the delay, we will be ending around 12:40. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Are we on, both of us? Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Very glad to be here again. I think I was here speaking about 3 years ago as well, so that's a lot happened since then. I'm Mia Bodin, and yeah, colleague.
Yes, and I'm Gustav Sundelius, also very nice to be here. And as said, we have been given the ungrateful task of combining climate crisis, current war in Europe, with the sort of message of what do you do? And this just before lunch also. So we'll try to keep this brief and provide at least some of our insights. Some of the key findings that we'll have a walkthrough of today is that's already mentioned, and I think just underpinning also what Marius said, that hedging with a system price only that has been at least good, if not direct, at least for a proxy hedge for the past couple of decades, is not particularly viable anymore. And even some of these hedges, as we also touched upon, may have to be opened up and have been opened up as a result of it. We also see that for large industrials, for producers out there trying to get and manage their risks, some of the offered prices are far off being very much below or very much above what they can see in the market. And that's, of course, because there's the general notion in the market that there's a risk off. Everyone's hesitant and nervous. And it's adding injury to insult or insult to injury for some of our wind park owners and wind investors out there. Just hedging with baseload contracts, regardless of whether it's system and EPAD, sometimes may not be enough because we have the capture rate headache and the cannibalization that we'll also walk through.
What we also see is a big expectation mismatch between consumers and producers. It's very hard to find an agreement on price, whether it be in the north or in the south, where the prices are low or high. There's an expectation of prices going up with producers and not really being in a rush to hedge those prices, especially in the high-priced areas. At the same time as the consumers or industries, especially mid and small-sized companies, of course, have seen this huge price spike just over the summer and
not really are very reluctant to lock in prices or can't lock in prices at these levels and expect this to be a perfect storm and this will pass and want to wait for a more normalized situation. And we also, with the high volatility in prices and the high prices that we do see in some of the areas, makes the collateral requirements hard to manage as well. It makes it very hard to find guarantees, whether it be bank guarantees or cash collaterals that you need to place are very high at the moment, and it's hard to find counterparties to hedge due to that. If we start, I mean, most of our clients are on the producer side, so wind park investors. So we're going to focus a little bit first on that part. And I've just plotted, since we are in Norway now, I expected that we have seen a lot of Norwegian prices. So I plotted SE2 and Finland as two examples, one low price area and one higher priced area. And these are the base load prices, so it's a 10-year, if you would go into a normal base load contract now, a 10-year contract starting next year, these are the prices that the market prices and probably around the prices where you would get your hedging done with a utility. And it looks pretty good over the summer for the producers. Prices have gone up, both in the low-priced areas and the high-priced areas. But as Gustav said, the offered prices that you actually get from utility to hedge on, they can be up to 10 to 15 euros lower than these prices for wind power producers because of the high volatility and the risk premium that needs to be added before you can lock in prices at these levels. And as we mentioned, cannibalization is a severe headache for wind power producers. We have the wind power capture rates that have really decreased a lot this last time. This is just an example from December last year, just to show you, those of you not familiar to the capture rates, that when there is a high wind power production, the spot price is low, and the other way around. So in December, we had a Nord Pool spot price in SE2 area of about 65 euros per megawatt hour. But the volume-weighted spot price, the actual real price that a wind power producer would get, was 45 or 44 euros. So a difference of 20 euros, which means, or is translated to a capture rate of about 68, 69%. And we've seen the capture rates decreasing over the last year. It was pretty stable around, in SE2, around 90, 95% all the way up to 2020, and then something happened. And something is, of course, mostly a high build-out of wind power in that specific area, at the same time as also spot prices have gone up. And we do see this, starting to see the same trends also in other areas. We have Finland here, but that is also pretty similar also to SE3 and other higher priced areas. Capture rates have decreased, and so far 2022, so far this year, it's been 65% in SE2 and about 77% in Finland. And this, of course, is of great importance for the hedging possibilities of wind power producers. If you compare the actual revenue or the actual price that you get, you see in 2022 so far, instead of having 25 euros in average, you've actually just received 17 in SE2, and in Finland 37 instead of 49. So that is very important to remember, that you don't. It's not the prices that you see on the market, that is the prices you actually get as revenue as a producer. And this also means it's hard to, even if you find a hedging possibility in your price area, so you have a system price plus EPAD, that is still not good enough. Baseload hedges are no longer a good instrument for renewable production, even if it is in the same price area. And a high degree of a baseload hedge can even cause negative cash flows. We even have wind power producers in Sweden, in southern Sweden, where prices are really high, that have negative cash flows due to this cannibalization, because they have a baseload hedge of maybe 80, 90%, and when there is no wind, the spot prices are really high, and they have to purchase that from the market. So even having wind power actors having to go out and find a PPA contract to purchase power in order to try to solve this problem. And the pay-as-produced structures that would be good for wind parks are often offered fewer utilities. And on the consumer side, It's hard as well. In the low-priced areas, you find these baseload hedges less available, so it's harder to find a wind park, of course, or a solar park or a utility that wants to hedge a baseload because of the risk, so it's hard to find. And the energy price risk is not something that you want to take as an industry. That's not your main business. There's still availability for consumers to find wind parks and solar parks, but that is also decreasing in these areas because of the build-out of industries. So the demand for PPAs are really growing very fast, and in a couple of years it probably will be the other way around, quite hard to find available production. And in the high-priced areas, it is hard to find utilities that they want to offer fixed prices or hedged prices at all. And there's this mismatch in expectations, so it's a difficult situation.
Right, so coming on to the producer's dilemma. I mean, on the one hand, having a baseload contract for many of the intermittent producers out there in terms of wind, sometimes in the case of hydro, it's not just simply covering the risks that you want to take. On the other hand, baseload contracts is the most easy and available on the market that you actually can hedge some risks. And adding to that as well is, as we've seen, both from Marius and from others, the divergence of the price areas. It's not many desks or many utilities that actually has the possibility and capability of using the system contracts out there as viable proxy hedges for the underlying exposure that they have. Many of the new entrants in terms of investments in production in Nordic does not. And this basis risk does cause a serious type of trouble for them. We often do see in these types of investment projects that we want a long-term solution. SYS is easily available, and 5 to 10 year types of hedges have been the sort of preferred choice. And where there's liquidity in EPADs, you get that in the price area as well, definitely. But now it's the sort of hard awakening of that this current hedge as a means of protecting your investment is currently ineffective. And just underscoring a bit what Federico mentioned also, this is not something that we believe, or from our point of view, is something that will go over easy, or that will go over quickly, in a way. So we believe that we are in a sort of paradigm shift at the moment. I mean, supply-side disruption, I think, comparable to the oil crisis of the 70s, and a political turmoil that's perhaps comparable back to 1914, to be honest. And an aspect of what Federico said, I mean, the motor and the engine of European collaboration is, of course, Germany. And imagine having 5 million Germans being unemployed because of supply destruction in gas causing the industry, or 45 million Germans freezing in the winter. That's an immense political type of gunpowder barrel that I'm not jealous of the politicians having to manage that. So in addition to these types of, I would say, baseload and basis risks, there's also the political risk that needs to be taken into consideration. And for the time being, it boils down to SYS being quite ineffective on a long-term basis. Hedge effectiveness in itself, this is a typical wind farm where we have the production revenue as dotted on an hourly plot on the top, and we have the hedge settled effect cash, yellow on the bottom. And we can see at times of low production, and also at times, as we have recently now, at high prices, you have a massive negative type of cash flow that is not offset by your physical revenues from the spot market. So this hedge ineffectiveness we see more and more. Now, speaking from a typical investors, which we are not, but having a bit of insights, we typically see the difficulty of time to response and making decisions as typical observations across the board. And this is, of course, not unique to investors. It's the same for municipal utilities, and it's, of course, the same for politicians as well. But where you have your assets, you have the market, and you have your investment model. Now, as we've seen, the investment model tends to drive towards having long-term stable solution, has typically been in the form of PPAs or something like that. Then sometimes also baseload. But the market has sort of given the input in the sense of, well, how do we manage under this long-term PPA or this long-term market, decision and price area risk, and the capture rate risk, and the volume risk on 10 to 15 year horizon. And what else is, when the market does change, and you need to change the underlying hedge of the investment, it's sometimes a route back to sort of what does that mean to the investment model, to the case, to the financing, which often causes quite a lot of lead time. So we have the poor investor in the middle trying to manage this, and it does cause us delay. One of the key aspects that we find is that regardless of the type of long-term investment that we have, and also underpinning what Kiki and many others have said here, we do need this type of investment. I mean, the options on the table to mitigate the current type of crisis that we're in give cause and rise for investments. But in managing these investments, that's not necessarily through an investment model or through a long-term PPA that is inflexible. There is a need for this type of dynamic market strategy. And by market strategy, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same as an investment strategy. So, what can you do? We tend to favor that, not completely disconnecting both the investment case and the market strategy, but have the preparation for both. I'm not going to go through each and every one of these, but the case is that between 2016 to 2020, the type of put strategy or collar strategy would have been favorable. A standard SYS strategy would have been great from a producer perspective in 2020 when prices were really low. And now we are more towards pay as produced as sort of more the type of safe haven. But the one thing that it does have in common, that it's not the same strategy across a 10-year horizon.
Yes, we also got the question, when will a functioning market emerge? Can't really answer that question. I think I go back to what was said before as well. We don't think, if we mean by a functioning market, meaning the market that we had before, we don't think it will emerge. It probably will have some kind of functioning market again, but it won't look like it has been, and we need to find different methods and different hedging strategies to work in this new environment that we have. But we do have some things happening, of course. We've been talking about some of it and mentioning some of it before. We do have huge investments. This is just a chart from the Swedish TSO. Investments really increasing immensely when it comes to transmission capacity. We also have all the politicians now, at least before the Swedish elections now, saying that we need to shorten or even half the permission processes, both for wind power investments offshore, onshore, but also for transmission capacity. And we have different other more short-term structures that TSOs are doing. I think we'll hear more about that afterwards as well. We do have battery projects coming online. At Nordic Partners, we're involved in Sweden's largest battery storage project in Landskrona in southern Sweden now, and there are more coming. We do have, of course, the offshore wind projects going on, most of it, or many of them outside SE3 and SE4 areas, that of course, and the energy islands outside of Denmark will of course have a huge impact on the price differences and the prices itself. And the small modular reactors, nuclear maybe be built, at least depending a little bit in Sweden on who wins the election in a couple of weeks. But the opposition party at least are very favorable to this of course, but also the Social Democrats have said that we need to change the rules to allow for more nuclear in Sweden as well. And demand flexibility, of course, very important as well. And we do have the huge industries in the north, of course, that will change completely the demand situation in Sweden. And also to mention maybe the new bidding zones, the alternatives that were proposed by Acer a couple of weeks ago. So we may have a different division in Sweden. There were 4 alternatives presented for the Swedish new areas. So that, of course, will change the situation. But we can't wait and see and wait for this to happen. We need to act now for at least for our clients. So yeah, a bit of summing up.
Yes, so a bit of summing up. We do see the trend of traditional marketplaces being replaced by bilateral agreements, not necessarily by choice, but by need, because of the collateral differences and because of managing both the basis risk and the type of capture rate risks. We do not have that type of instruments traditionally on the current marketplaces. The need to remove risks, though, we expect to remain. We believe that the type of agile governance or a more speedy governance, meaning a separation of investment management in what needs to be built, being combined with a more dynamic market strategy. Because the one thing that we do know is that the market will remain in large degree in a turmoil for at least the coming 3, 4, 5 years. Also, industry, they will also have a hard time managing this, but we will see the trend to moving into a more timely match with the type of production that might be sufficient to them. And last but not least, there is a need for managing the type of collateral requirements and financing solution. We do see a potential risk that will move away from the exchanges and the sort of cleared world into a more credit risk world, and then by then potential bubble world as well.
Yes. I think that was all we had today.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mia and Gustav. I can also mention that everything that you have viewed here this morning is recorded, so you will get access to a recording next week. So we only have time for one question, actually, Olav.
We could probably go over the price zones, because there was the Acer proposal, was it a few weeks ago? So by next August, the Swedish TSO have to propose or make a decision on which, how to divide the country into different zones. And it seems like one proposal is to split it, so they will have different prices in Gothenburg and Stockholm. How will that affect the prices, and what does it mean for hedging or for the long-term visibility for market participants?
I think the one interesting example here is where you isolate Stockholm, and I think there was even one proposal where you isolate Stockholm but exclude Forsmark, the nuclear power plant. And that would, of course, mean the highest price that we've ever had in Nordic for just the Stockholm region without any production there. But in general, we would tend to see a bit of harmonization between the current SE3 and SE4, and in terms of hedging, that should cause any type of clauses, and I'm looking to the lawyers at the room, hopefully many here, but if we have PPAs or bilateral agreements that are pegged to a specific price area, then this would need to be some sort of clauses in there to adjust, of course, for this.
All good? Yep. Very good. Then we close there. We thank Mia and Gustav. Here's some small 2 presents from each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day as well. So now it's lunchtime. Lunch is served just outside the conference room, and it's a standing buffet. It's some salads and some stew as well. So enjoy. Be back here according to schedule at 2 o'clock. Very good. Then we are ready to start the afternoon session, and we will now have 3 presentations before we have the afternoon coffee break. What is new today is that we will also now stream this session from 2 o'clock until the 4:30 in the afternoon. So welcome also to you sitting online wherever you are in Europe and beyond Europe. So there are approximately 300 delegates also taking part in this Zoom streaming feed as we speak. And here in the audience, also out there, we are 300 people and from 14 countries. So Nordic Energy Day of 2022 has certainly been interesting for so many, and we are very happy that so many could join. Of course, there are topics here which we have covered this morning, and I also said, also the morning session is recorded, so you will get access to the recording and also the documentation later on. So, before we start, I just wanted to say that we also have set new record for tomorrow's spot prices in certain areas. NO5 and NO1 is now, for tomorrow, the average price on the 26th of August is 490 euros. NO2 is at 647, while DK1 and Germany is at 699. So, cope with this. Very good. Maybe it's due for some regulations with this price pattern that we see in front of us. And to take us through the next presentation, we have Jim Wilson from Energinet. And you will guide us through maybe a new need for a forward market and that the impact that also the regulators have come with. So please, Jim, the floor is yours.
Thank you. As Morten says, some regulatory stuff. Normally not a fun story, but I'll try to be as fun as I can. We hired a Swedish clown, stage clown, to actually be here. He couldn't come, so I'm the best second option. While in these sort of crazy times, we have seen that Acer throughout the summer came with a policy paper. And the aim of today is sort of explaining that policy paper on the forward market, and also our take as a TSO on the changes proposed. But also a shout out to, I hear that's what the young people say today, but a shout out to all the Nordic players to actually dive into this discussion, because Acer wants to see some pretty massive changes in terms of how the FCA forward capacity allocation code is implemented in the different regions. To sort of achieve these goals, I will go through what we as Energinet are doing to sort of add to this green transition, and how we are impacting and also cannibalization on the power market. And that's also one of the reasons why Acer sees sort of this update needed. I will also walk through some of the incentives that we have done in the Danish market to actually add liquidity to the EPAD and system in the Nordic and Danish areas. And when doing so, I am of course speaking about long-term transmission rights. So our vision from Energinet side is a green energy for a better world. And this is of course driven by the government in Denmark, since we are a state-owned government company. We have goals of, in Denmark, implementing 14.2 gigawatts of wind in the next 5 years. We have energy islands coming in. And of course, all this feeds into the cannibalization that Bodecker spoke about earlier. And to sort of combat the price changes that we have seen, we, in the Danish market, we have implemented long-term transmission rights. About 7 years ago, we were obligated by the regulatory body in Denmark, the Forsyningstilsynet, to implement long-term transmission right on all our interconnectors towards the continent. So on 5 of our 8 interconnectors, we sell long-term transmission rights as a complement to the already EPAD system in the Nordics. We are, of course, Energinet as TSOs are also, of course, obligated to be part of the day-ahead market and intraday market and the balancing market, where we're also active to sort of balance this huge increase of solar and wind in the Danish market. So long-term transmission right, just short introduction, as we are the only TSOs in the Nordics who actually offer these kind of products. We sell these on a monthly basis and on a yearly basis. We sell those towards the continent. We don't sell them on the Swedish and the Norwegian borders. We will sell them on the new link coming in about a year from now. Viking Link to the UK. There will be more exotic products such as quarters, and there will also be explicit day-ahead auctions since they are not a part of the common European energy market. That's how it works today. The FCA code is sort of sitting out the example that if the market is not liquid enough, the forward market is not liquid enough, then the TSO needs to implement long-term transmission rights. So in 2017, the Danish government or Danish regulatory body concluded that the Danish market was not efficient. All the other Nordic countries were liquid enough. So we were the only TSO that was obligated to sell these long-term transmission rights. Now Acer wants to change the whole framework of this sort of allocation to the market. I spoke to some of the colleagues from the Danish market and also some Norwegians. They haven't heard about this sort of update that Acer sent out, which I see as a big problem, because if we really think that the Nordic market is working in a good way, the Nordic forward market, we need to shout out. If we really think that the Nordic forward market is not working, we should also tell Acer this so they can actually implement this in this regulatory update that they will come with. And they will make big changes. We have seen that in the capacity calculation, or CACM, capacity calculation and congestion management method that sort of sets the groundwork for day-ahead and intraday market. They come with a lot of changes to that. Also now, the day-ahead obligation that we as TSO have today to offer 70% of the capacity to the day-ahead market, they also want us to offer in the intraday market. That's one of the big things they want to introduce. Of course, us as TSO think that could actually harm the security, but let's see how that discussion goes. They haven't listened in the conversation at all. They are very pushy on getting their way on how things should work. So we also expect the same thing for the Nordics, or for the FCA code, the forward capacity allocation network code. And why they started to be this pushy, it comes of course from that in 2019, the Clean Energy Package, the new sort of framework for all energy in Europe, gave Acer a lot more power that they gladly have accepted, which we have seen with bidding zone study sort of before that. They previously it was that the TSO should come up with solution to solving bidding zone issues. Now it's actually Acer who propose solutions to this, not taking any TSO concerns into consideration. That's just one of the examples where Acer take their power that they're given. But let's dive into the possible changes to the forward capacity allocation. And of course, all these changes will affect the Nordic power market. So before the summer, Acer came with their policy paper. A policy paper is just sort of the start of a long process, a regulatory process. But here they came up with 8 solutions or issues. I'm only able to fit 7 of those into this little thing, and I'm not going to mention them all, but they are, one of them are of course liquidity in the forward market. Most of them, however, though, are addressing the issue with long-term transmission rights. So one of them is underpricing of capacity, another one is credit, and some of them are very far off, which I'm not even going to go into. But then they also came with 8 solutions, one of them being for the TSOs to pay large amount to market making. There was also a solution of sort of couple the forward market in a day-ahead algorithm allocation, something that could work. I'm not saying that it can't work, but it's something totally new that we haven't seen before. And all of this 8 solutions, or these 8 solutions, come from that they have looked at the UK market and the Australian market. And they say the application of those two markets is very, or the market structure of those markets are very applicable to all of the European forward power markets. That's a very, very big concern. I think as a previous market player, now a TSO, I do think the Nordic market players need to step into this discussion with Acer when the process starts again here after the summer. What we from Energina's side see as a big problem is that we haven't asked the right questions. And a good question is that, is the current product portfolio and the market structure fit and suitable for the renewable world? Our baseload products, peak products, are those the right products that should bring us investment security in the future? We don't believe so. We don't have a solution to it, but we don't believe so. And some of the other question that I think should have been asked to actually come up with the best possible forward market fit for the future. Are LTTRs the way to go? Are they really our other baseload products offered by the TSO? Are that really the way to go to create security for renewable products? Should the TSO be involved in this at all? I know most of the Nordic TSOs have sort of chosen not to be part of this because there is liquidity enough in both Norway, Sweden, and Finland. But the products that we offer, are those really suitable for the future? I know what I will answer, but some of the market participants might disagree. But I will answer no, they're not fit because they're baseload products, adding risk to anyone who buys those products, even though they are option products. And also, again, is the current product portfolio and market structure fit and suitable for a renewable energy supply world? I don't know the answer. But I know if we leave it to Acer, they will also change the Nordic power market. They want to introduce the common set of rules for all foreign markets in Europe. That's what they want to change. They want to change how the TSO interact in those markets, and they also want to change how the market participants interact in those markets. So a big shout out to all market participants in the room. Please step in this conversation with Acer when the process of FCA 2.0 starts this coming spring. Thank you.
You say that the process starts this fall? Or
it starts in spring. Sorry.
First this spring. And when is it supposed to get feedback from the markets?
Yeah, it starts usually with a public consultation, and it starts here somewhere in the spring. Of course, we usually, and again, it usually publish it on our website also as well when it's alive. But Acer, when we had this conversation with them, because we do on a kind of frequently basis, they say we don't hear anything from the Nordic market participants, so they're probably happy with how that we do these changes. Yeah. I think it's a problem, or it's an issue. If we really think the structure is good, I know that the question was raised earlier as well, but if we really believe that the market that we have created before is the way to go, we need to step into the conversation.
Very good. We have representatives from the Nordic Association of Electricity Traders here as well. I guess that is something that you will discuss before you say something here. Any other questions from the audience? Ola, maybe?
Yeah, we could ask you a little bit. I mean, you said it's not fit in a way for the carbon future. Is it designed for a market full of wind farms and solar power? What is your alternative? What should they do?
It's a great question, and I would say if Acer wasn't able to come up with a solution in their long policy paper, it's a very tough question to answer, because I don't think, in my mind, I don't think it's one solution fits all. I think we need to look at a more regional level, because we will get implementation of all this renewable energy will be very local. So we need to have a local solution to actually handle those hedging needs.
Could I just ask you also a little bit on the price areas? It's been a big discussion. A lot of people mean there's too many of them. What's your opinion? Is it too many? Should you sort of reduce the number of price area and tackle congestions differently in the market?
I think the market should be structured in a way that solves the congestion best possible. I think that's the most diplomatic answer I'll give. I mean, for a TSO, the ideal world is, of course, a nodal pricing where we can don't has as much congestion, but the market solves it by itself. But that's not the market structure that is chosen for EU. So I think, many possible solutions.
Just that you wait for that to Germany, because there's a plan of splitting Germany into two. How will that affect the Nordic region if they do so?
Actually, the proposal that Asia come with has sort of 4 solutions, splitting up in everything from 2 to 5 regions, and we being as a Danish TSO, we will of course be connected to those areas, and I guess we will see an increase in the cost of reaching our renewable energy targets when that will happen. We will see a Nordic or northern German price zone with very low prices. So I expect the cost of implementing these targets will be very high.
Yes, Håkon Reiersen Leknes, Nord Pool.
Hi, Jim. Nice to see you again. Quick question, actually, related to the German price areas. Since Denmark was able to convince Sweden to divide into 4 areas, do you have some advice on how perhaps other countries, big countries in your neighborhood, could be divided into bidding zones? Like one in the south, perhaps?
Actually, the Swedish division or new sort of division of the bidding zones were first proposed by Svenska kraftnät, and then Acer came sort of to the same conclusion. So it wasn't us who actually came up with that proposal. Of course, it was modeling and all this doing that. But once again, as a TSO, division into more price zones would be better to solving the congestions in the grid. I can't say that I have any advice for how to do it. We have sort of the natural split in Denmark because it's a country of islands, and so it's a national split. Yeah.
And one more here in the back, Axel Botson.
Hi, Jim. Axel Botson, European Commodities. We have really sometimes the impression as market parties that Acer is having his own agenda, completely independent of the rest. You come with some points on the forward market. On our side, I would see also push to intraday auction and to cross-matching product, which are things that are of no interest for market parties, or very marginal, and that are pushed, that are requiring a lot of work for exchange from TSO, and for zero results, where some other points would be much more interesting. So at the end of the day, what can we do? Pushing our national regulators, trying to find something, because apparently Ljubljana is not listening.
I do agree that it seems like Acer has their own agenda and is not listening. And we have seen that in the latest network code that was updated or is being updated right now, the capacity calculation and congestion management network code, where we have had no traction whatsoever with our points, and the market participants haven't either. So I don't think that will change, and they will go for their own agenda towards the end as well. I don't know what their end goal is.
Okay, I think we'll stop there. We have to, talk to Acer. That's the message, right, Jim?
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Then we have the next presenter coming to the podium. We have Bavuk Shuk from Centrica. And Bavuk will talk to us about investing into renewables. And that is also something we have covered slightly also today. And having this extremely turmoil that we have, Bavuk, you and Centrica, you have taking part in the market from your side, and it's a struggle, but it's also solutions out there, and that is something you will talk about. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Morten. It's good to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. As Morten introduced, I'll be talking about investing into renewables amid geopolitical turmoil. I'll skip through the first couple of slides which talk about Earth, and start off with, there's an English translation of an old Chinese curse, "May you live in interesting times." And to say that the energy industry right now is going through an interesting time is probably the understatement of the century. So we have got high inflation, we have got supply chain bottlenecks, we have got political intervention, high energy prices, urgent need to accelerate the energy sector's transformation into net zero. You couple that with the constrained gas supply, and then you've got yourself a very hefty cocktail of risks and rewards for renewable investors. So for me, the question is not if we should invest in renewables. For me, the question is that when we invest in renewables, what risks should we be aware of? And I'll be going through some of these risks and potential mitigations on how to navigate through these treacherous times. And the reason for that is that continued investment is critical in tackling the various elements of today's energy crisis, to relieve the pressure on consumers, to get the world on a net zero pathway, to spur economic recovery, and for Europe in particular, to reduce reliance on Russia. So we'll start off with the first one, which is inflation and the impacts of it. So you must have already seen that according to the forecast from OECD, inflation is expected to be at elevated levels for the next couple of years at least, because their forecast only goes for the next couple of years. If they had a 5-year forecast, I would expect that it may still be on slightly elevated levels. And it's peaking sometime in the second half of 2022. And surprise, surprise, we are right now, right here, in the second half of 22. And the impact of inflation can already be seen in higher costs for renewables. So according to IEA, the cost of solar panels and wind turbines are up by between 15 to 25% in 2022. So this is the graph I was talking about for the inflation forecast. As you can see, it peaks around where we are right now. So I've got the 4 countries in the Nordics plus Great Britain, because they're tracking over 10% right now. And even when the inflation calms down, and calm is a very strong word here, you still look at that more than double what it used to be 2 years ago. So what is the impact of this inflation? So obviously for a renewable investor, renewable developer, it's going to have an impact on your operating expenditure. But fortunately, most of the costs for renewable assets throughout the lifetime of the project are not in the OPEX, it's mostly in the CAPEX. So when and you can compare that to other infrastructure projects, even traditional or conventional generation projects as well. So the impact is there, but it's fairly limited. Where it really hits right now is on the CAPEX. And that's not for all the assets. So anything that is already in generation, those contracts have been signed, those contracts have been paid for, that's been delivered, it's locked. Anything which is in the pipeline, which will come online in 2, 3, 4 years' time, those contracts, when you're trying to negotiate those, whether it's your TSA, whether your EPC, those contracts will take the inflation at that time. And hopefully, as per the projections we've seen, that inflation should come down slightly. So which projects are most impacted by it right now? So these are the projects which are pre-FID. These are the projects where a decision needs to be taken today on whether we are investing in it or not, where the TSA agreements need to be signed or the EPC agreements need to be signed, and they come with their own inflation. So those are the projects which are mostly impacted by it. So how can you counter that? One way is to kick the can down the road and not take the decision right now. But that has its own implications. And when we come to supply chain bottlenecks, you'll know why. So it won't be a one-to-one delay between taking a decision and the COD, because it may get into a long line of other projects vying for the same raw materials. So that could be an option, but it may again impact your investment returns, your growth targets, etc. The other mitigation is to look and secure revenues to counter that inflation. Traditionally, high inflation environment normally comes with high electricity prices. So if there is a long-term revenue contract, i.e. a PPA, for example, that can be used to mitigate the risk due to the inflation. And here, I just show a loose correlation between system price and inflation over the last 20 years or 22 years. And traditionally, like I said, when the inflation is really at record levels, the system price tends to go up as well. But right now we are seeing anyway that the energy prices are so much higher, and that's been reflected, it's been the theme of the day. The other risk I want to talk about is political intervention, or as I call it, trying to see the wood from the trees. There's a lot of talk about windfall taxes. There's a lot of conversation going on around how someone needs to intervene in the energy market to protect the consumers. And that is all well and good. But windfall taxes for renewable generation can and will put a dent in investor confidence. And the example I brought here is from Spain. And I know it's millions miles away, so as to speak, but with anything like this, these policies are easy to copy-paste more than you know. So if a precedent is set in one market, it's very easy to say, hey, but they do it, maybe we should try to do it. And why it is more relevant is that in Spain, and I'll go through it in slightly more detail, in Spain, the clawback tax or the gas clawback mechanism is actually for renewable generation. Whereas everywhere else where we are talking right now, it is, shall we do windfall taxes on traders or trading companies? Should we do windfall taxes on supply companies because they're making lots of profit? This is actually on renewable generation. And the logic behind that was and is that renewable generation is not dependent on the cost of gas. So these are the inframarginal technologies. And because of the cost of gas, the wholesale market price or the spot market is quite high. So this is an excessive profit for renewable generation. And they should not be getting all of this, so we should claw it back. So that's the premise of it. I'll now go back to slightly more details on this. So this came around September time last year, and they said it was an urgent regulatory measure, and it was part of the RDL 17. So this is the Royal Decree Law, where they were concerned about the rise of gas prices and the impact on the consumer. So there were quite a lot of initiatives in there, and one of them was this gas clawback mechanism to redistribute the profits made by the renewable assets. And the scope of this is renewable technologies, including nuclear. In mainland in mainland Spain, over 10 megawatts, where the produced electricity is traded in the spot market, and that's the key here. It has to be in the spot market. This is a very temporary law, but it has been extended 3 times. So it was supposed to last till March this year, then got extended till June this year, then got extended till the end of this year, and now there's conversations that it could be till May next year. So this is not a 3-4 month thing. This is now turning out to be the reality or the new norm. The excluded projects are anything which is in the specific remuneration scheme as they have. And after announcing, there was an exemption made later, which was announced, and that was for long-term physical and financial PPAs, where the PPA is not indexed to the wholesale electricity price, or if you have a fixed price PPA which is somehow indexed, then provided they were signed before the 31st of March this year, at prices below 67 euro per megawatt hour, then they were still exempt. Intra-group PPAs were exempt as well for vertically integrated companies, as long as the end user was not paying more than 67 euro per megawatt hour. So, and this was partly down to the same fact, where the profits were due to spot price. Any generation which was contracted, which did not rely on that spot price, was exempted. So one mitigation, as I've called out here, for this windfall tax, or this specific kind at least, to deter any excessive profits, was a long-term offtake or a PPA. The next mixture in our cocktail, like I said, supply chain issues, or what is the great bottleneck right now. And just to quote IEA, the global expansion in renewable power is expected to slow down next year. So this is the first time in the last 7-8 years where the growth won't be there as much as it was the year before, mostly down to the supply chain and logistical issues. And this is partly post-pandemic supply chain challenges. While they were happening, there were construction delays due to that time, and that have rolled on right now. And there's a record level of raw material and commodity prices. And this links into what I was saying earlier, that if you want to kick down the can down the road on taking a financial investment decision on your project, you may then get back in the queue of a very long queue of projects that need to come online. And that may even increase the delay. So this is just to show the graph from IEA. As you can see, year on year, the net renewable capacity additions by technology has gone up. Next year is the first time it will be fairly stable, slightly lower than the year before. And when we're all talking about reliance on renewables could be the way forward, moving to net zero. This is not the kind of thing we would like to see, right? So what is causing some of these supply chain issues? Again, I'll touch the surface of this right now. So part of that is that many of the raw materials have seen increased freight costs. Again, it was mentioned throughout the day, the drought, the lower river levels, that's all causing more freight costs around it. The other traditional land-based, the cost of fuel is much higher as well, so that's all tying into the freight costs. And freight costs are one of the main contributors of overall increases for onshore wind. For solar PV, it's again, I don't want to use perfect storm because it has been used enough times, but there have been a few things. So there's raw materials, there's polysilicon, there's a cost of freight. It's just all adding up for it. Just to give you an example, and I was having this conversation earlier, just trying to get some solar panels on my roof, because right now it makes sense, right? And I was speaking to this person who's trying to do this, and they're saying, oh yeah, the mounting rails, they're not available till March. Or the frame that you need for your solar panels, that won't be available till February. I mean, these are the things I've never thought about. Anytime anyone said wind project, it's turbines for me. Anytime someone said solar PV, it was like, yeah, solar panels, that's all you need. But even the smaller components are so much out of stock, and there's like a 3-4 month wait. And imagine that at a utility scale. So it is causing a big havoc right now. And then the second element is concentration risk. There are certain raw materials which are used within the renewable energy industry. They are only available in a few countries. And needless to say, when something happens in those countries, then it has a massive impact. Case in point, gas with Russia. There's an over-reliance of raw materials from particular parts of the world. Mitigation, there's no particular silver bullet for this, to be honest. It's all in the understanding. It's all about understanding the risk. It's all about understanding the regulatory landscape that you're dealing in. Also, which raw materials are coming in, what is the impact, what happens if there's a delay, how would you factor that risk of shortage. Contractually and commercially, where you can make something is be vigilant on your contracts, whether they are your turbine supply agreements, TSAs, or your EPCs, or even your PPAs. What happens if there's a delay? Who ends up owning that delay? Because the last thing you want is have a TSA with 0 delay damages, but the turbines are now 6 months delayed, but you have a PPA on the other side which has got delay damages. And it's a double whammy. So you're not realizing the revenue when you should, but you end up paying delay damages as well. So just be mindful of these things. And that brings me to the way forward. So to reiterate, I would still say that continued investment is still crucial and critical in tackling various elements of today's energy crisis, but it is not free from risks. If anything, the current elevated market prices, they can actually reward the risk takers. But it is imperative that in the current high risk, high reward scenario and the environment, to understand these various risks involved. So all I'm gonna say to the developer friends out here is any investment strategy that you are doing should spend maybe a little bit more time in highlighting the risks that you are going to face, and then identifying which you are comfortable holding. And the example is for the windfall tax. You could say, you know what, if it comes on spot market, we'll accept it. But right now the prices are so lovely, I really, really want to go spot. And that's fine. But as long as you do something with your eyes open, you know what you're getting into and what could be the repercussions if it doesn't go well. So to find out which risks you're willing to bear and hold, and which risks should be outsourced, because the stakes truly have never been this high before. Just want to shout out to a couple of my colleagues who are here as well. So if there are any questions which we are unable to cover right now, do catch me or my colleagues. Their contact details are here. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, Baruch. It was not many good news here either.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No. So the risks are increasing a lot, but still investors are coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think the key here, as I was saying, was risks have always been there. Yeah. And we cannot bury our heads in the sand and say, no, there's no risk, we don't want to deal with it. We just have to keep our eyes open and say, yes, we know there are risks and there are opportunities. And for this opportunity and for this reward, am I willing to take this risk or not? And if I can't, can I find someone who's willing to take it for me and I'll pay them for it?
Any questions or comments from the audience? Looks like they are ready to take some risk, maybe. Ulla?
Yeah, how is the trading environment to sort of mitigate this risk? I mean, there's a lot of volatility. It's quite difficult times there. Can you just give your opinion on recent developments? Is it become much more difficult to find the deals there, both in forward and markets?
I mean, from a standard PPA point of view, I still think that there is still quite a lot of activity happening. There's still investors out there who are willing to invest. And they are looking for different structures to mitigate that risk. I've also had some conversations with some people who are like, we really do not want to hedge right now because I think the market is where we need it to be, and that is quite okay as well. And an example I've given previously was that if 10 years ago someone was taking an investment decision and they were plotting based on the PPA prices or whatever they were getting for their revenues for the first 10 years, normally it would have gone like this, and then it would have gone up because merchant prices are always higher for the remaining 25 years of your project, right? These are the merchant prices those people were dreaming of at that time, who said, let's go and sign a sub 30 euro PPA or sub 25 euro PPA, because in 10 years' time, the prices would be high. So I can completely understand where these guys are going and saying, look, we want to take this risk because we are willing to do so. And as long as it's been analyzed and they're okay to hold it, then that's fine. But yeah, trading environment, it's volatile. It's not even about few euro here or there, right? It's just like, what does the number start with today? And now, as you were saying, it's closer to 699.
Yep. With the slowdown that the EA prognosed in 2023, what about 2024 and onwards?
Regarding, sorry?
Regarding the slowdown in renewables.
So I think the expectation is that it will go towards 23 will be the lower bit, and then it will stabilize, and then it will have to kick off again. It's a positive outlook that there would be more coming in, and it has to. And with more regulatory intervention at this time, maybe towards the favor of getting renewables on board, that would only support that.
And where, for example, in the Nordics, would that increase come?
It should. Yeah, I mean, in Norway as well, right? They did talk about removing the permitting issues. So we are looking forward to seeing that.
All good. Then we thank you, Bavuk. You will be back at the podium in the afternoon.
Yes.
So thank you very much so far.
Thank you.
Very good. We continue with the last presentation in this session. And coming to the podium is Per Eilert Wili from Norsk Hydro, and he's Vice President for Energy Markets in maybe the largest power consumer in Norway, but also a huge producer. So Per Eilert will give some insights on how they look up upon these market conditions seen from an industrial user point of view.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. It's interesting times for sure. We can read every day newspapers, perspectives on how we act as producers, as consumers, as market participants. So I think in that context, it's more important than ever that we actually meet and have a real discussion about our contribution and where we see solutions. But what I've been asked to talk about today is how we as a large industry player is coping with volatility. To sort of set the context a bit from the perspective of Hydro, spend quick time on who we are as a company. We are a company that has a long history, 117 years old, but the company has certainly been changed and evolved and developed quite a lot over that time. Today we are about 31,000 employees, 140 locations in 40 countries around the world, so truly a global footprint. We have a long value chain from energy to raw materials to the different parts of the aluminium value chain, and we are actually the only aluminium player in the world that are fully integrated throughout the metal value chain. We have also taken significant steps in terms of reshaping our strategic direction. Back in 2019, our new CEO at the time, Hilde Aasheim, set a new agenda for us as a company under the heading of improving profitability and delivering on sustainability with two pillars that you see here. So one is very much about strengthening our position in low carbon aluminium. That has two pillars. One being to really ramp up our presence and what we can deliver in the recycled aluminum market. And there we are taking a lot of important steps. The other is to deliver low carbon primary aluminum as well. And the key components there is energy efficiency. I mean, that is one of the elements that sometimes is maybe not taking the place it deserves in the debate. And I think it's from us as an industry player, we have spent quite a lot of focus on that and actually been able to take down our energy consumption in the Nordics by 40% since the 1990s. So that's clearly been part of our agenda for a long time. The second leg here, diversify and grow in new energy business. That's the basis for why we have established RAIN, a new renewable entity, Havran, a company entering the hydrogen space, and our batteries unit going into selected parts of the battery value chain. So under this heading, we 7 years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we said that we are aluminium. That was our statement. Now we say we are an aluminium and an energy company. So that's a significant shift for us with a lot of exciting prospects. We do this within the frame of an important sustainability agenda. We have to deliver on this. Climate, that's maybe the biggest challenge we have as society these days. Environment, we have the heated debate sometimes on climate versus nature. We believe that you have to do both. You cannot look at only one. And society is also that's been at the center of our mission since Hydro was created back in 1905. We have to be relevant. We have to show that we have a contribution to society. We have to be an industry that matters. So zooming in back to the question and sort of zooming in a bit to the Nordics, I think that's maybe the most relevant angle to address the question. How are we as large industry addressing volatility? And then also to the maybe more than the Norwegian portfolio, where we have our main volume of smelting capacity on the Norwegian west coast. And then I need to take a little bit of a step back. Obviously, this is the Nordic system price going back to 2003, quarterly basis. And we all know the extreme coming here at the end, where we have gone from the historic low prices of the 2020s until the extremes we see today, where we are setting new records every day. However, if you erase the 2 last years and zoom and rescale the graph, you would still see a picture of very volatile prices. And that has been that's been the starting point for how we have worked with finding the good, robust sourcing solution for our industry. The starting point is that we have extreme volatility, but we have always had volatility in the market prices. And connecting that with the smelter portfolio that we have, that are from a technology perspective, they like to operate on a stable level all the time, optimizing at every millimeter and every parameter that you can think to deliver in a global cost game industry. Predictable power prices and competitive power prices is crucial for the competitiveness of this portfolio. With that as a backdrop, we have targeted to find long-term sourcing solutions, PPA portfolio, for the Norwegian plants. This is the portfolio, this is the structure, how it looks, and it's basically comprised of some internal deliveries. Approximately half is coming through our own production, our own system, whereas the rest is coming from different sources of PPAs. So we have entered into quite a few hydropower PPAs, but increasingly also through the last 4 to 5 years, seen a value in connecting our sourcing agenda and the PPAs with the opportunity to support and lift new wind power projects in the Nordic region. So this is how we are thinking long term in terms of the fundamentally addressing power market volatility for our industrial agenda in Norway. Another perspective to this is that industry as such is contributing to an efficient power system, but market design is key. We are participating in a number of relevant markets for our industry. We have been doing that for a long time. We know that our ARCOM markets are important. When we saw throughout the last years where the market was going, we have spent time with our smelters to prepare them and to be able to have an integrated thinking around how we could participate in those markets, and making sure that we put that capacity in the way that we can to the market. And as such, the smelters that Hydro has, they are available to be decoupled on almost an instantaneous notice, and can deliver a lot of capacity instantaneously into the system. So that is a key. Obviously, we see an increasing need for flexibility in the Norwegian or the Nordic power system going forward. That's an agenda that we also will work with proactively. But in that agenda, we are a strong believer that having good market-based structures is the way to address it, to be able to efficiently find capacity where it is actually the cheapest. Looking a bit more forward, we see that the power balance in Norway is declining, and we are concerned about that. This is a graph from Statnett from November last year, where we see that the power surplus that we have had for a long time is predicted to decline fairly rapidly, coming down to 45 terawatt per hour on expectation in 2025, 2026. If we look back some years and see where is the highest level of reserves coming in and the lowest, there is almost a 50 terawatt hour difference between the peak and the trough. And that, of course, means that if you are expecting 45, then you are also expecting to be in a significant deficit in certain periods of time. We have clear ambitions on our own for industrial development in Norway, including also new technology on the smelting side, new low to zero carbon technology, hydrogen, and we see also more from a national perspective that to be able to lift the industrial ambitions of Norway and the Nordics, there has to be a power surplus. Power has to come first. That is a critical component of any decision to invest in the new infrastructure, in the new capacity that we have to deliver on our ambitions for the green shift and our climate challenges. So, trying to sum this up in how what is our view in the ongoing energy debate. 4 points. One, obvious to everyone, high energy prices is a major challenge for European industries and Nordic industries. We've had an advantage in the Nordics for a very long time, but with a declining power balance, that is challenged, and we have to address that. We should use the crisis that we have to accelerate the green transition. There is a saying that you should never miss the opportunity of any crisis to take action, to take advantage of it, to move forward. That is clearly the case now as well. To realize the green shift, more renewable power is key, and we need to act fast. In Norway, we see offshore wind is clearly part of the solution. That will take time. Hydropower is also part of the solution, but there is a limit to how much is out there, and it has a cost in terms of the impact it has also in terms of nature. Onshore wind is, in our view, it has to be part of the solution. It is the cheapest, and it is actually also the fastest way to get more capacity into the system, but we have to do it right. We have to do it in a way that society accepts. And I think also picking up from the last presentations, the perspective of European cooperation is really critical. EU has significant ambitions that are announced in the new packages. We have to be part of that agenda. We have to be part of the discussion, and we have to bring our perspective also from the Nordics in terms of what works and what does not work. So being proactive in this and not being reactive is absolutely critical going forward. So that was some perspectives from my side, Morten.
Thank you very much, Per-Erik. Thank you. Very good. Any questions to Per-Erik and Willy? You will also take part in the podium afterwards.
I will.
And regarding security of supply and the things that we also learned from Energinet, any comments to the initiatives that are coming from Acer? Any impact or views on that?
I think that there's so many perspectives on that. I mean, and what we have to do, obviously, is to de-link the discussion on price and security of supply. They are two different. But we need market mechanisms for sure. So I think that we don't have much time, but we also have to ensure that the processes that we run in terms of looking at price areas, what can actually resolve these issues, that has to have a robustness. And we have to, as market participants, we have to have the opportunity to take part and actually give our views of what will solve this, or what will actually create new challenges.
Very good. Ola?
Maybe you mentioned you have plans to increase the renewable power production. Is that across the Nordic region, or is it just pointed at specific regions and technologies?
No, we are looking across the Nordic region, for sure.
And as a large consumer, are you also concerned about the price levels are, of course, I mean, you have hedged yourself for the time being, but you recently shut down this Slovakian smelter because of the high prices there. Do you see this risk of a big sort of deindustrialization in Europe because of the high prices if this crisis prolongs?
Yes. I mean, the short answer is yes. I think we will see demand destruction in Europe. We are partly also already seeing it. As you said, our Slovakian smelter is an example of that, where we basically don't have availability to competitive power prices. The prices we see today, I think, is clearly unsustainable for many industries.
Yeah. Troubled times ahead for many industries, Per-Erik. And yeah, thank you for your contribution. You will be back at the panel later on how to maneuver in the future power market. So far, here's a small present from us.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of this session. Now it's a coffee break, so be back here according to plan at 15:40. And for you out there in the Zoom webinar link, then you will be showed a video. And for you here in the audience, enjoy the partners that we have outside and the coffee break that we will now have for 40 minutes. And now we are talking about trading issues and how to maneuver in a rather challenging landscape. So to set the scene for this session, we have Managing Director of Axpo in Oslo, Håkon Røne. Welcome, Håkon.
Thanks a lot.
Very good. You will guide us through how you and also market participants are able to cope with this current market environment, and your view on the market as such, and how to handle it.
How to handle it?
Yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So first, thanks a lot for everyone that are keeping up during the day for the last presentation. Much appreciated. Now, my presentation is going to be on how to maneuver in the market and in the scenario that we've been in, but basically with a historical view on the 12 last months. So it goes pretty much hand in hand with where Morten started the morning, where you see how the prices have developed across the board within our sector. And when I say trader, it's not only the one that is sitting with all the screens. It's the trading organization. It's everyone active in a traded market, I would say. So trying to make it a bit bigger. About Axpo, very short. I think it's important for, in order to understand the reflections on how this period has been, that we are both quite a huge utility in Switzerland, the biggest producer, and we are also a large power and energy trader in Europe, in the US, and in Asia. Okay, so I think in order to paint the picture and illustrate the landscape we've been through the last 12 months, we need to go first to gas. I know that many of you have already been presented different slides on gas, so I will be very short. But in general, I would highlight 3 events during the 12 months that have been affecting the gas market quite a lot. First, going back 12 months, like August last year, when this was a digital event, we saw that gas storage was quite low in Germany. Gas was being diverted to Asia through LNG, and we were starting to fear a bit what the winter could look like. And then, of course, the second one is the war. Not only did the war break out in February, but that also changed the picture completely. It went from, say, a risk of low reservoirs of gas to a true energy war, a fear of lack of gas being supplied, being that from the war and destroyed installations, etc., or just being energy as a political play. And I guess we all see that picture, that that's actually what is unfolding. However, looking at the gas price, from the war breaking out, it's not really taking off until this summer, and that's linked to the fact that the third event that I would like to highlight, when the flows on Nord Stream 1 started to decrease. That's really when you started to price in also a risk of zero gas some point in time. Now, we are Nordic participants, so we are mostly concerned about how this has affected our below market, the Nordic power market. And, well, like a general view, it looks pretty much like the gas picture, at least over the 12-month period. There's no question that things are going up, 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 extremely bullish trend. Now, of course, the prices in the Nordics, that's not only fuels. So fuels are impacting, but we have the renewables and we have our weather patterns, and they are, well, making the signals, say, milder or enforcing them, depending on what kind of weather that we see. And through the 12-month period, we've had October last year, extremely wet. We had a cold December, we had a mild winter, and we have a very dry 2022. And all of this painting the picture of the prices that we see on the screen behind me. Now, we've seen the prices. We've seen how they have developed in the bullish direction, but also with what intensity they have moved in terms of volatility. And now I come to the more technical side of being a trader. The technical side where you have a risk framework, you have a risk metrics that you basically have to comply with, and that's also the foundation for any trading organization and to weather any storm that might be out there. And that could be credit risk, it could be cash flow, it could be market risks. And the measure for market risk is VAR, so the value at risk. So that's on the left side. Now I also taken up a cash component of our business, which is called initial margin. Initial margin is the amount you have to deposit with the exchange if you are trading cleared on the exchange. So it's a monetary amount you have to deposit and which is locked. Now, I mean, that seems fair because it's also a way for the exchange to cover their risks. But of course, accumulated, the sum of initial margin from all of you, all of us across Europe is an extremely large number of cash being locked in and not available for investments. So, of course, if you talk about market liquidity and the need for more participants, more volumes, etc., what you see on initial margin is very central in terms of understanding the situation we're in and why we're in it from a market volume and liquidity point of view. So over the 12-month period that we've been through, you saw and experienced, at least Axpo experienced, that the VAR started to increase first during the fall. And then the cash started to flow out on initial margins and variation margins as such, becoming a larger and larger topic. And over the 12-month period, you see that VAR is increasing, but initial margin is increasing much more. Actually, if you look at the rolling front quarter, you will see our VAR would say that the VAR over the 12-month period has increased by a factor of 7. So the VAR you had 1 year ago multiplied by 7. If you take the rolling front quarter in terms of initial margin, so that being how much cash you have to deposit for the same position, it's with a factor of more than 20. So from coming from a world where basically perhaps VAR and credit VAR, etc., are the most important parameters for managing your risk, cash is king. Cash is becoming really the most important factor for any big player to manage and to balance. What we wanted to try to illustrate for you was the scenario we're in today, the end of the 2 graphs that I've seen that are all on the top, and those graphs were 1 week old. So, I mean, they're not reflecting the reality that we have today. It's even higher. Is how extreme is the scenario we're in. So imagine if you were a business planner, you were sitting in your chair 12 months ago, and you were looking 12 months ahead. And you were to plan and allocate resources and cash and risk limits and all these things. And you added a stress scenario saying, well, even if this happens, it's no problem. We can weather through. Well, what we try to show with this slide is the following. The red line is the forward curve of 20th of August last year. The black dots, that's the 3 standard deviation observed 12 months ago, August 20th, with the volatility and the daily returns at that point. 3 standard deviations is very extreme. It's, for the full population, it's covering more than 99.7%. So all the outliers there, you would say, are, well, quite unthinkable. So you have the black dots, that's the 3 standard deviations. Any observation outside that would be what they call a 6 sigma event, so very rare. And looking at the light blue dots, are the realized prices on a monthly basis going from last year into this one. Where distribution is seeing that, well, most of those observations are really within. So within your very, very conservative and stress test scenario. But something happens during the summer, during Q3. And if you now look at the purple line, that's the forward curve, August 20th this year. It's way outside of any limit seen. So, I mean, I would say for anyone who did not see this coming, I agree with you. I didn't see it either. I think it's really unthinkable, and surely it would be madness to plan for something like this. If you would plan for something like this, you would not do anything. So, how do you deal with this then? Well, the fact is that with the price scenario that we are in now, it's like a shock to the market. Okay, we've had a general increase over the past year, that's true. But what we see now, it's really a shock. And from a human point of view, there are different models on how we deal with a shock. So how you do that as an individual, but then also accumulate it as an organization. And there's actually a Swiss psychiatrist, Ross Kubler, that came up with a model which is divided into 5 different stages when you're going through a shock or a very tough, abrupt structural change. I think that's where we have to look at it from a business point of view. So first, the shock hits, you go in total denial. So maybe if you're a trader, you would say, oh, I believe in reversion to the mean, this is just an outlier, I would just sit, I do nothing, I change nothing, this will go away. It doesn't go away. The VAR increases, you're stopped out. The CFO takes over, and you're in anger mode. You cannot perform what you really want to do. You see great opportunities. And I mean, for any commercial operator in the market, there are great opportunities. However, the limits and all the surroundings are limiting you from taking advantage of that. You go totally bananas in the anger mode. Now, usually you cannot stay angry for a continued period of time. So you enter into some kind of bargaining phase, which is still a bit more on the negative side than on the positive side. You're thinking, I wonder how the other companies are solving this. There should really be some easy way out of this, I'm sure. Some easy quick fix, so I can sit down and do exactly what I did before this started to happen. I'm sure it's just to try to fickle around. But you know what? In this case, there was none. So, from being in anger to a bargaining phase, you go into a depression. And depression is an important part of the process, you will see eventually. It's where you throw all the cards. This is hopeless. I don't see any solutions to this. This is the end. What should I do? I'm just totally messed up over this. I don't know what to do. Then you have the option. You don't have the option. I would say then you end up going upwards towards the acceptance phase, or you stay in the depression. And in the acceptance phase, you are accepting the facts as they are. So for us, it would be, yes, I accept the fact that the volatility is so high, the prices are so high. I expect that in the medium term, they will stay at this level. So I guess I would need to find a way to maneuver in this landscape, taking this into consideration. The old world will not come back. That's at least how I will manage it. And I think all of you are probably in the acceptance phase, because you're also very knowledgeable about the situation we are. But we should all know that not all players, politicians, neighbors, businesses, etc., are in the same phase. I'm sure you find some that are in denial. I know that you find people that are angry and will stay angry forever. But most are going through this process, ending up back on their feet, and you find feasible solutions for handling a new future. Not displayed on this graph is, of course, that the clue of being successful in such a universe or scenario is to compress the time you need to go through all those stages. So the quicker, the better, and in a better competitive situation you basically are. So from a risk management point of view, a risk metrics point of view, we started the journey with seeing that the VAR being challenged. We follow up with seeing cash becoming a larger issue. We develop further with getting credit as a bigger topic, and you add some spice on the top with political and regulatory uncertainty that is really hard for anyone to deal with a very practical, direct way. But with all of this, the question is for you if this is the future for the trader. He's bound in. He has to acknowledge that all these factors are here and that they will surely impact his everyday. It's about cash flow, it's about credit risk and VAR and initial margin and the balance sheet and so on. But I think exactly in this lies the opportunity as well. So by applying sophisticated combinations of all of this, extending your risk metrics, you will be able to make these red tapes, you can bind them together, you will get a bit more room to handle. So at the same time as you're making the CFO happy and you're increasing the earnings, you're also complying with all the other risk measures that you will have. But it's pretty likely that the picture going forward is going to be more sophisticated and bound by more parameters than what we've been used to. So especially, I would then like to highlight the cash side of it. And I'm not joining the panel session afterwards, but for exchanges that are joining the panel, I will just ask my question now before I leave. And that is how they can affect the cash intensiveness of financial trading, financial power trading. How you can make that less costly. Because our view is basically, and there lies the root cause for the dry up of the volumes that you see now, and it's really the most important question for many players to solve, such that you can attract, for instance, the hedging volumes of Fortum that are currently now just out in the bilateral markets. So, well, as said, I think you're all in the acceptance phase, and I wish you good luck with managing in the new environment. Thank you.
Very good. The question is written down, so that will be remembered to the panel session, of course.
Thank you.
Any questions to Håkon before he has to leave? Because he has some guest at Bjørvika that is waiting for him. How is it? Any questions to Håkon? Yes, in the back again, Morten Saksvik. This is good exercise, you know.
No, I come from the oil side, and we see the same thing with your initial margin, which is margin calls in the oil world. But that means there are fewer players that can take positions. So participation is lower, which means price formation is subject to the actions of fewer players, and therefore a lot more volatile. Do you see the same thing on the electricity side?
I'm not sure I followed your full line of logic. There were many points. But I mean, the increased requirements on margin calls or initial margin, my point is basically that that's just extracting cash from all the participants of the market and locking it down, because it's not accessible for the market. The alternative could have been that they would have been invested in trading, right? And then you would also have done something with the true trading liquidity.
Yeah, no, we see lower liquidity because some people just can't afford to be in the market anymore, so price formation is done by a lot fewer players.
Yeah, exactly. I agree to that.
By the way, on the cash efficiency, do you trade in options?
Well, I don't know too many who are selling options at the moment. I mean, it's a very difficult business, but of course it's a way of doing something with your cash profile. But I think right now that's extremely hard to get by.
With one of the bubbles there in blue, the intraday traders will. Do you assume that, or do you await that more intraday traders is the way to go forward?
Could you repeat, Morten?
Yeah, you have intraday traders in blue there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like a question mark. So if it basically turns out that all limits are taping you to the wall, like with this gentleman, then you are left with intraday trading.
Yeah.
Because that you can still do. But if everyone is doing that, then how lucrative would that proposition be? So that's the background.
Yeah. Well,
just to mention at the end of it, Fortum, the bilateral trading and many companies going away from the exchange. How has it been with you in the Nordic market? Have you shifted a lot of trading away from the exchange to the bilateral market?
I think it's inevitable that the trend will be more bilateral trading. I mean, that's for sure. It's a natural result of the situation we are in. And then the exchanges can be more of a collaborator with the bilateral market or not. And I think that's some of the solutions that would be good to see.
Very good. I think we will free you from the conference now, Håkon, and you can receive your guests at Bjørvika. So here is a small present from us, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And don't be shocked when a couple of hundred guests are coming to your office in about an hour. So on that, we have the final round of the day. We have a panel session now for the next close to 30 minutes. And we have Tom Darrell from Nord Pool. We have Georg Aasen from Nasdaq, Jonas Tørnquist from IPEX Spot, and also Bavug Shug from Centrica, and Per Arnert Wili from Hydro. So please take a seat in the panel. And be sure to use the microphone a little bit closer to you than we did in the last panel, please. And you just press the button when the word is yours. Very good. And then I will leave the floor to you, Olav.
Does it work? Yep, there it works. I think we got a good introduction to the debate with the last presentation about the challenges that he faced. At least that was in the financial market, so maybe we should start with the financial market and just repeat his question about the cash situation. I think it was today that Fortum presented its first half result, and I think they said something that the cash requirement with Fortum and Uniper together was like 4 million euros in April or in March. I know it was 11 billion euros, so it has increased quite a lot. And how much of a challenge is that for the financial markets, Georg, for Nasdaq? And how do you see that? You see it on the volumes as well. They've fallen quite a lot this year, trading volumes.
Yeah, it's. Can you hear me? Is it okay? Yeah. Of course, that's a challenge for the whole industry, and that is a reality based on both the energy situation we are in and Putin's actions against Europe and Europe's sanction against Russia, resulting in these unprecedented price levels and consequently margins, etc. Now, what we are looking at as a response to the question overall that was given is, you know, look, what are the energy regulators doing to create a fair and orderly market situation in terms of competition, but also recognizing that the utilities, which are the ones truly suffering in this scenario, trying to do what they should and manage their risk, are being penalized. So we are out there talking to regulators now, asking them to realize what kind of companies these are, what their true valuation lies in. They're not stuck. They're not sitting on cash. They're sitting on production facilities, and that's where their asset lies. And how can they be given an opportunity to use that as some form of collaterals? Now, bank guarantees I've talked about probably for the last 12 years after the removal of call it the old version of the bank guarantees. But that's for one example of how regulators can intervene and create a more functional market.
Yes, a return to bank guarantees can be an option, but is that likely? I mean, if you look at what the European Commission had done previously, they've been quite negative to.
Well, I think if there is, they are understanding the situation. We've met with representatives from ESMA, from financial regulators all over, discussing what the challenge is and what they are facing. Everybody sees that the result of what's happening now, and combined with financial regulation, and also you can see energy regulation, is actually pushing the market over to bilateral. What kind of control do we have on the risk if all the market is to push there, and what kind of who will participate in that, and what's the social cost of that conversion? So if there's a time where we can be heard, I ask everyone here to raise their hands and talk to the regulators, make them understand your situation, your concerns, and why you're put in a situation why you either have to go bilateral or reduce your hedging due to high margin requirements.
We have one trading company here from Centrica. Are you sort of, do you share the views of Expo here, that there is that cash is the major problem, and do you think a return to bank guarantees or anything like that could help?
I think yes, cash is an issue. Is it? Yeah, I think it's working. And I agree. There's something. Sorry, yeah. I do think there is an issue, and there's something that still needs to be done. I'll just be too wary of relaxing too many collateral requirements. I mean, that's one of the strengths of the exchanges, that high collateral requirements come with high level of creditworthiness, if you like. And if you start diluting it too much, then that kind of takes away that side of it. But no, back to without diluting it too much, I do accept that, yeah, there needs to be something that needs to be done, whether it is a form of bank guarantees or whichever form, to support the industry the way it is running right now.
The other exchanges are, of course, not offering financial trading. Jonas Törnqvist at the Apex Spot, you do more in the spot market. I don't know if you have any opinions also on the cash situation for financial trading and or maybe even for the spot market.
Well, I can say something about the spot market. So, I mean, it's less relevant for the spot side, the collateral. It is still also very relevant, of course, because it's about credit risk. It's about removing that credit risk. What we are doing is, I mean, very much trying as a group, and I'm not talking for the clearinghouse, I'm not here on their behalf, but of course we're looking at it seriously together, looking at making sure the models are right, to make sure the cross netting and so forth between the asset classes are there, and have an efficient overall solution. You know, I also echo the little bit. I mean, we have a cleared product. It's a bulletproof product, and we're proud of that. And it should remain like that. It is dangerous to push too much also on the credit side, because at the end of the day, of course, the risk has to sit somewhere, and I think that's the key here.
And how has, I mean, we looked at the financial trading volumes, they've fallen a lot. What is the case with the spot market volumes? Could you just enlighten us a little bit there about the price so far this year? How does it compare to previous years?
Yeah, so on the spot side, I would say it's pretty much normal. So we see activity there to trade, to take an active role. And of course, people on the short-term side do need to trade and they manage their position on a day-to-day basis, and they still do that. And of course, both on the intraday side, which was another comment that came up a little bit earlier as well, where we see actually still tremendous growth, and I think because of this move towards renewables. And when we also came into the Nordic region a few years ago, we actually saw that we brought also a lot of new liquidity. In fact, liquidity on the intraday side in the Nordics increased by 40% when we came in, and I think by 75% in the Nordics. So it's more stable, I would say, than the futures market, and more as a result also of less collateral requirements on our side than for the really larger futures positions.
Maybe we could turn to your, together with you, as Tom Darrell is the CEO of Nord Pool. It's the first Nordic Energy Day for you. What's your view on this topic?
Which topic?
On the cash situation and also on the liquidity on well, take the spot market. And
yeah, again, since we are in the physical markets, but we have the same challenge, of course, with collateral calls and margin requirements becoming higher and higher. And I think we are handling tremendous volumes from a risk perspective. We are exposed, and we need to find our mechanisms to manage the situation in the best way. At the same time, we see that the collateral requirements on the customers are becoming very high, and it could also push people out of the market, which is not a good thing. So there is a balance here between us and the members to try to find the right way to manage risk, while we also help members to have market access. And that's something we monitor on a daily basis right now.
Exactly. Do you see any problems of people in the spot market are moving away from trading in the spot on the exchange and maybe just do deals with each other because of high collaterals and costs?
If I see that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, clearly we see on the financial side that the volumes traded over the exchange is dropping for the reasons mentioned. I share the view of Apex here that the situation from a volume perspective seems quite similar to last year, and we see growth in many markets. So I wouldn't say so.
Georgios, just you had a reply there.
And I see that from more the intraday perspective of the market, etc., definitely rising. But I think in principle, if you look at market design and how it's intended to work, if you see a strong bilateral trend, that will also hurt the day-ahead market eventually. Why would you trade day ahead if you're doing a physical delivered transaction? There's no reason for it whatsoever. And consequently, I think we have to realize that if there's a dysfunctional market in the hedging sector, including derivatives, that will also eventually hit also the day-ahead market.
Turning to Norsk Hydro, what do you think about the market? Is it working for you? I mean, do you think is it a well-functioning market now in the Nordic market for you to make your deals in? And do you have any challenges for the exchanges here to make it better?
Well, it's difficult to say what is the right solution. I mean, for us, we have the same challenge as everyone else. The cost of transacting is going up. We are participating in the financial markets, in the physical markets, and also in OTC, and we have to strike the balance every day on doing what we have to do. I think that what was raised, concretely on bank guarantees. That's something that's also come up on our side, that would actually be helpful. It will be a small step, but it could reduce the cost somewhat for market participants. I think at the same time, I mean, we have to acknowledge that the market that we are in also has a real higher risk. So it is also to a large extent a reflection of where we are that this is coming, and that from my view it would be that would have some short-term consequences, and that in a way will have to play out. But what is more concerning is that it should not lead to a longer-term structural change where we basically see a complete loss of liquidity, and when markets are essentially disappearing. That's maybe my main concern.
Do you think politicians can do anything to help with that? Is there any intervention that can support for people to trade or whatever?
I think it's a challenging perspective. I mean, that would be nice, but how to do it?
Tom, did you have any comments on that as well? Or?
Well, I think I'm quite impressed by our politicians, actually, at least the ones more on the ruling side. I think they have a tremendous pressure from the people to act, but I also think that we in this ecosystem are doing what we can to make sure that politicians, regulators, TSOs, exchanges, and producers are a part of the discussion, and making sure that the discussion is a knowledge-based discussion. So I feel that the signals right now in Norway, in Nordic, Swedish Prime Minister was very clear last week, so was our Prime Minister. We see it in the Union at the EU level. There is a strong commitment to not making short-term interventions that will could have. I mean, every day we are balancing 27 countries every hour. We don't have any blackouts yet. It's a complex and impressive system, and I think there is a respect for this mechanism. So I think it's. I don't expect to see interventions, but I do think there is going to be a discussion on what does good look like in the future in terms of market design. I do think that with all the renewable coming in, we will see a shift much more into short-term markets, real-time markets maybe, and as Nord Pool we are not married to an existing model, and I think we are proactive in terms of taking part in that discussion, as I know that my colleagues are as well, and I welcome that discussion.
But do you think that, Jonas, you're around Europe, across Europe, a lot of, or most of your activities in the German market, and you also have a lot in France and other continental markets. Do you see a big risk there as well of political risk, or do you think it will be handed out with different measures?
It's not for me to judge what is political risk or not. I think, of course, there's political risk everywhere in everything we do, and there's risk everywhere. I think what I've heard actually a lot this morning about, well, what should we ask policymakers to do and what should we ask politicians to do? And I think, of course, they have an important role to play. But you know what? We all do as well. You know, all of we. I do. You guys do. And I mean, we had some presentations this morning which said, well, if we can just reduce our temperature a little bit and be a little bit, you know, inconvenienced that going from 24 inside, which as an old Swedish guy, I mean, it was very comfortable, you know, to 20, it's really a simple thing we can do, you know. And it's not only about that. It's even in the general scheme of things. I mean, I take the approach with myself, but also within EPEX where we try to innovate and find solutions to problems, you know. And I think here we are in front of a crisis which doesn't, I mean, really have a solution in the short term, apart from getting the demand into the equation. And there was one of the speakers who mentioned it also during the sessions. we are working super hard to get really that demand flexibility into the picture. The technologies are there, the solutions are there. We do probably need some regulatory help as well to change the rules of the game so that it can happen, you know. But I think that is a vital thing to get right now, because we have to save energy to get over this crisis. But it's also really a vital condition for the future, you know. And we shouldn't underestimate, you know, the ability of everyone among us to innovate, you know. And so what have we done personally to do this? You know, we can all turn down thermostats. I've just renovated my house and insulated it, so at least that's a gift to the world for the next 30 years. I've gone nearly a vegetarian as well, which for the climate thing is also something we can do, I think, at a personal level. So I think, you know, we should ask ourselves as well a lot, what can we do, rather than just talk, rather than just say, well, what can politicians do? So this would be my view.
But we also had some record prices. I mean, we had the price spikes in the Baltics last week, 4,000 euros.
Yeah.
Didn't really have a lot of demand-side response when the second auction was run there. So is it a concern that it's not moving fast enough?
Of course, yeah. I would like it to move much faster, you know. Yesterday would be good.
Tom, do you have any mission on the products there?
I fully agree. I wish we could move faster. I wish we could move faster on building new renewable capacity, in particular in the deficit areas. I wish we could solve some of the congestions faster. And the third one, I think, which is really important to Jonas' point also, the demand side management, or our ability to either leverage flexibility better or to manage demand to a greater extent. But I do think that we can do something now, and we need to put in whatever short-term measures we can, and we need to make sure that we can speed up take down the lead time on the longer term stuff. And we also need the regulators there to make sure that, I mean, it can't take 7 years to build a windmill, or which I think is the average lead time today.
Going too slowly, and
Yes, and just to add to that, I mean, I think if you look at what's happening on demand to, let's say, to industries and consumers, what's happened in the market has come really, really fast. That's for sure. So it is a real challenge for consumers to adapt, even though the price signal is there. I think that what is important is that we allow market mechanisms to work, because they give the right incentives for everyone, essentially, to take informed decisions, to be creative about what can solve this in the long term. When you ask the question about, you know, what sort of do we want from the politicians, I think that the perspective there is that they, in some shape or form, and we are already seeing it to some extent, they will need to step in and give short-term relief, which they are doing, they are working on, but at the same time, let the market mechanisms that have served us well stay there and be able to form the solutions going forward.
Yes, Jörg, do you have a question?
Yeah, and I agree to all what is said there, but at the same time, we're talking about the green transition. We're talking about Europe spending over €1 trillion just in the energy sector of investments for the next 20 years. That capital needs to find a home, and we need to raise that capital into our markets. And in that, we have to remember market design. What's the only thing that banks looked at if they're considering to raise capital for an investment? They will look at hedging. You know, is it a possibility to hedge in that market? Yes or no? And how do we create that environment for that transition? Markets, free markets, yes, everything about pricing, etc., but also the ability to create a robustness, competitive environment around that free market.
Maybe I should just return to that as well. You mentioned it before on these debates, the bidding zones. We had discussions earlier with Acer, these discussions of dividing up Europe into more zones. How is that affecting you? How important is that now, you think, that you have all this spread, these extreme variations in spot prices in the Nordic region?
It's creating chaos in derivatives. I mean, look at the system price. It's useless, to be honest. As a standalone hedge today, it's useless. You have to have an EPAD contract on top. So the whole environment is changing. And as when I hear TSOs, energy regulators, etc., looking into research papers, you had the Nakstad research paper, they didn't even look at the financial market when considering market design. They looked only at the physical market and, you know, should we have nodal prices or should we have 5, 6 area prices? We need to have that whole mechanism in our thought set when we think market design. Energy regulators needs to speak to financial regulators when they think policy and decision making.
But is the system price relevant for you when you trade these days, or are you just ignoring it?
I'm saying as a hedging product, no, you can't use it. As a standalone hedging product, no, I would definitely not recommend using it. You have to have an EPAD contract on top. And consequently, with the small price areas and illiquid price or situation in the EPADs, it's extremely challenging. I acknowledge that. And that's something where I feel that the regulators need to look into that when they think market design. They cannot just look at optimizing the grid and looking at investment purposes from that. The truth is the biggest and most relevant investment or signal they can look at for transmission capacity as well is the forward market. And the stronger, the more solid that is, the better investments they will make.
And I was just centric and then Jonas.
I do agree. System price alone is quite challenging, and I think I missed that presentation, but that may have been picked up in one of the presentations earlier as well from Mia. You need to cover it with some sort of an EPAD to provide that certainty. Because at the moment, even the volatility between the EPADs, I mean, that's causing chaos as well. You can't just leave yourself exposed purely on system price alone. The question then for our side is just what is the liquidity of those EPADs? How far can they go out? What kind of support can we see on there? Because it's very hard to, you can see a system price going 5 years, 10 years even. EPADs are nowhere close to any of that. So when you're making a long-term investment decision or you're signing a long-term contract with someone for a particular price zone, how do you price that in? And that's where all these risk premiums come in, all these risk premia, and then the conversation is around, oh, but why is the price of this product nowhere close to where the market price is sitting, and who gets to quantify this? So having a more transparent way of looking at that would definitely support the price signals that go along with that on the contracts.
Jonas, you had a comment on the prices.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I mean, the ability to hedge and manage risk as an investor is, of course, paramount. Otherwise, the investment will not come forward. This is perfectly fine. I would extend, though, that this is a debate where you only need to have it with the regulators and so on, and I think it comes down to the innovation side. And there are different ways of doing things, and there are things you can do and innovate. We did, for example, launch recently, or announced recently, a cooperation with Speedwell Climate to have an index which really takes into account the ability to hedge. And you know, this sort of thing is an attempt to help out with precisely that kind of stuff. You know, and I think we obviously don't have monopoly on innovations, and the innovation side goes much broader as well. You know, it's a much bigger thing in the whole economy. So when we produce good prices that go to the intraday market and you know, down to 5 minutes or even real time trading, this can unleash a whole range of other innovation throughout the economy, you know, and we need to get those prices right down to the demand side so that not only just a number of large players can hedge, but also that, you know, people can react down to the household. It needs to be the 500 million Europeans or all the devices that the 500 million Europeans own that need to be able to get into the equation and manage that flexibility too.
Exactly. I think we can just a final comment from.
I just wanted to say, I heard about the Speedwell one, and there was a comment made earlier. I think it was Energinet, who said something about the products on the market which are not in line with what renewables brings to the market, and I think that is a very good way of looking forward to getting some new products which are more relevant to the renewables market. Wind profiles, generic wind profiles, if they can be traded. Solar profiles, if they can be traded. Right now, it's either base load or nothing, or base load or spot, right? So if you can take that one step forward, and it does not completely de-risk, but it de-risks enough to give some level of certainty and confidence to the investors. And I think that may go a long way. Then the question would be, how liquid would that be? But then there's only one way to find out.
Exactly. I think we will leave it with that. I think time is running out, so I just leave the thank you all for participating, and Morten will take over.
Yes, very good, and thanks to the panel, and a small present to you, Georg, and to you, Jonas, and to you, Tom. Very good. Thank you very much, Georg, Bavuk, Jonas, Tom, and Per Eilert. So on that, we are getting to the end of the Nordic Energy Day of 2022. So I hope both of you here in the panel have had a good time, and also you guys in the audience. We have put out some small leaflets with a QR code. It's a link to an evaluation form that I hope that you can just scan the QR code and give us some feedback in how we can improve for next coming events. So please use that QR code and give us some feedback. There will be a recording available from the whole day, and that we will finalize within some days, and also send a thank you email to you after the event. Thanks to all the sponsors who have been together with us during the whole day, and also thanks to all the speakers and panelists. Thanks to you, Olav, as a co-moderator, and we also have had journalists from Montel here today, and many of the insights and analysis that you have seen here on stage are also written about on montelnews.com. So please read more on Montel. And next events hosted by us in Montel is first of all, the German Energy Day on the 22nd of September, followed by the Finnish Energy Day in Helsinki on the 29th of September. Then we are basically finalized here in this conference room, but the day is not over. We are also invited to Expo's venue and office in Bjørvika, Dronning Eufemias gate 6B. So you're free to go there now if you want. If you want to have some time off and also join the dinner cruise, be certain to be at Langkaia in good time before 6:30. The boat will leave at 7. And in Bjørvika you will find this kind of sailing boat called Lady Mac, and we will depart at the latest at 7 o'clock. We will arrive back at the Rådhuskaia, closer to the city castle, at 10:30. So on that, thank you very much for your participation here today. Enjoy the rest of the evening and the afternoon and the trip on Lady Mac. And on behalf of Montel and our good partners, thank you very much for your participation here so far. Thank you.